Welcome, Group 9, Session 14.
You buddy.
Yeah. Get pumped. Get excited. All right,
Pumped.
so, yeah. Last session. Our rival in Monsag. Now, it was a little bittersweet. Obviously, we watched Drogalison sacrificing themselves. They gave the pack, Brindle, and others kind of a ride for all of you mounts to be able to kind of escape, get to the actual Giant's Wood safe haven. You all kind of decided to stop and do a little shopping in the Giant's Wood because these little, big giant market areas within there, very kind of rural trading, people kind of coming together in certain pockets of space, slightly open between the housing within this large giant frost giant community. I wouldn't put this on to a town or a village. It's really sparse and separated because each jarl has their own sort of space within this place. There is intermixing areas, and so with the map that I have to kind of showcase some of these larger areas, that or larger structures, I should say, that is depicting where like communal buildings would be. Right, so Storvald is used by all of the giants. Doesn't care what the jarl is. Great Hall, right? So these sort of things are used by all of the giants within, and it's kind of a little bit taking the breath out of your lungs, seeing huge size creatures and huge size structures in such a large and massive space in a mountainous environment. That's very staggering elevation at times, and it's difficult to move through for yourselves. And these giants are able to walk up like it's a staircase, and you're having to like basically ascend yourself onto mountains. And so that, yeah, and it's one of the other things here is they actually have large beehives. They nurture, they use the giant bees to make their mead and such. So they have their own sort of way of life up here. We did some crafting using other various things that we've got. Bought some stuff at the market, like I had said. And then we had spent some time with the actual king, Grimar Ylfing. And that conversation was a little bit intermixed. They were not attacking you all on sight, these frost giants, because you did ride on in the pack. And there seems to be a little bit of chaos happening in the community here because of different. Okay. So right now, we had to kind of prove ourselves in a way to these people. We have somewhat done that. I think, Donlin, you wanted to get to Storval to even prove further the might of all of you. And there would be a drinking competition eventually. We will see. Right now, we're getting into the afternoon, the evening, when this competition might end up taking place. Some information lore-wise from Kolvog that was given to us. Kolvog gave some insight into the stones. Also gave some insight to what the Bane of Barithun is. And they allowed their forge to be used to make helms, and they enchanted some weapons. So Kolvog is a mystical kind of forger, or almost in a way a creature that is born of Brim. They are a spawn of a deity, and they've kind of lived a extended, long life, even further past than that of the king, whose life was sustained by Nimzon. So, more to that, but that's the gist. That's enough for the recap. So when we finished a couple weeks back our last session, we were departing Kolvogs because we had moved the track, moved the time, right, to get the crafts through. and from there we had finished with Kolvogs. And so now we have a decision to make. Do we decide to stop, right? Just do Storvald stuff right now? We want to try to fight some of these creatures that they had talked about that might be the things that you might encounter up in the mountains, something that's related to Ithrin. Do we want to go directly to the Great Hall, see if any of these festivities have been put up for us, these other things? And I do want to note that that stuff is a little bit on the this is OC because you characters don't know this. That was what Kanan had done in terms of charming the king. So, kind of have two different things we can do. Also, go to the market. So,
Quite agreeable, honestly. Nice guy.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He just randomly did a
Surprisingly.
complete 180 in the middle of his conversation. It was kind of weird.
Just a little weird.
The man can preach, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, anyone looks at that jawline and, like, you know.
I know.
Got that Habsburg chin going on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know where Donlin's vote is on what to do.
Where?
Storvald. Go stab shit.
Do we have time for that before the drinking competition, or was that a tomorrow thing? I forgot exactly where we left it.
I thought the drinking competition was a tonight thing. But I don't know what time tonight.
It's like, yeah, it's 6.
6?
So,
Yeah. So you
I guess
you
we-
have an options, right?
Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
I guess we go to Storvald for a couple hours and then make our way over to the Great Hall, right?
yeah, that's probably fine.
All right, Donlin. Let's see what you got.
Donlin's gonna have this goofy fucking smile as he, like, waddles up the road, happy.
Okay.
Guys,
you
that
begin-
might be the happiest I've ever seen Donlin.
Begin to leave Kolvog the Forger after coming together there for the crafting. You're just kind of waiting for things to be finished off. Then you're beginning to kind of cross over Nimsong once more. You have the large crowd noises, people kind of making way, doing different things. And Nimsong's a great lodge. It crosses over the actual mighty iced river that they have going through their community here and through a series of frozen waterfalls and such. So you're definitely getting a lot of environment there and a lot of sound and ambiance of the kind of this almost like Viking level style lodge where they're drinking, eating. Some are fist fighting, crashing into some of the tables. Others are kind of making performances and mockeries and certain things. And then you're hiking up the road north, which is a mountainous, road as it's kind of moving through, and it grabs a lot of elevation for you all. It's a little bit challenging. And eventually you reach outside of Storvald here and you stare up at it. And as I had described, because we did have people kind of go up and get some information such prior to in the day, it's a little bit of a large just area that they've, it is a large area in terms of mileage that they have encompassed with this great palisade wall. They have a gate here that is entering into that. They do have some grandstands and there's seating that they have built up very loosely from planked wood, core wood that they've kind of planked together through bolts and lashings. And so the area inside is as much in the environment as it is out in the mountains, right? It's like a pocket space that they've done to kind of isolate these creatures. And it's not that the creatures couldn't escape. It's not what it's about. It's just that they bring the creatures here and that they let them go and they let them just do what it is they're going to do. And so it's not just creatures that Ithrin might have in their service or things that you might be facing. It could just be also creatures they've released for the other creatures to eat. Maybe others that herd animals that they want to keep here for food and that sort of thing. It's like a giant pen. So why, I would say, why the actual creatures that might be thralls of Ithran actually are in here that don't decide to leave, that's a question there. So as you approach, you can see the giants are training. They have their lean-tos, their encampment kind of pitched up here, and other sort of core wooden lodge structures, billowing flames from inside for those that are kind of cooking, right? So there's actually lots of cooking happening here at this hour. I'm going to advance the time clock, probably about, say, roughly 30 minutes to get over here in terms of distance. And eventually, as you're working through the number of giants that are sparring and now drinking horns of mead and relishing in some of the previous battles that they might have had with these large creatures that they have cut up in different pieces. And you see the white draconic scale and the draconic-like heads that are mounted onto the lodges. They're freshly kind of pitting them down as trophies. These creatures are huge in their size. And now they're cut up, and so they're just everywhere. And so for a giant, for frost giants, is a creature that's not different than them in terms of size. But for all of you, dwarfs. Finally, you make your way to a slightly open area in terms of all this stuff, very adjacent to Storvald, with an armory nearby that has open coverings of hide and tannery, stations and these various things, and the workings of hangars for weaponry. And there is Heldun, still giving instruction to various giants, this time giving instruction to 6 younglings in terms of their people. They're very small. They're still taller than all of you, but they're young, so they're just kind of different painted from the different jarls. They're kind of instructing them on various things and coordinating their battles, maneuvers, and these other sorts of things. You begin to approach. They kind of have their arms folded back, taking a step backwards as they're fighting on, training dummies that they've lashed together with core wood, other bits of white draconic hide that have too brittle and broken down to make into armor. And so they're just kind of stand back with arms crossed, staring at them. You get approach to their backside.
Hey, how doing?
Turns around, looks down on you. Evening.
Think we can go inside?
You wish to go to Storvald? Yes. Things will be in slumber this late. Might be a ripe opportunity for you to see what it is that you may face in these mountains. Do you have any questions for me before I lift up the portcullis?
What can we expect?
What are you wanting to hunt?
Things like ether?
Dragonlings. They are creatures that spawn from the White Dragon's magic. They breathe the breath of their ancestor. They have a mighty tail and lash, hold you down. For us giants, they are not stronger, but for you, they will surely grapple you. And then feast upon you. Large, draconic mouths bite down upon your flesh. By the might of Thrym, crush your very bones. And as they're crunching down upon you, they will try to eat you. Again, for us, Monsag, we do not fear this. But we have seen these creatures feast on smaller mammoths and other goats and things that we have released into Storvald for them to hunger on. It is not a pleasant sight. At this hour they will be burrowed underneath large mounds of snow and ice. Watch for them. Make sure your steps are gentle. They can feel the tremors within the ice cracks.
Well, that's good to know. Anyone want to turn back?
Yes.
No
Said
idea.
they ate
But-
like mammoths.
Not full-sized mammoths, babies. There are several herds in Storval. We keep tracking of them, and we may hunger ourselves for a couple of them at a time, if we cannot find some in the upper valleys, the northern Frosthorn.
Out of curiosity, if we were to go in and fight these, and what would happen if, they almost kill us?
Well, what will happen if... Excuse me. What will happen if you perish in battle, is what you are saying.
No, of course not. That's not exactly. No, exactly. We won't perish. You're right.
If you do die here, I think you get to go hang out with Thrym, though. Thrym's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
If you do fall against a dragon, your soul will be blessed, and you may gain entry to the halls of Thrym, where you will embrace an eternal life for your honor and courage against dragons.
Bob, are
So
you sure this is what you want to do?
Seems a bit suicidal to me.
I agree. However, the only thing I will say about this, and we might have to do it, because if we're going to be having to face these later, at least we know what we're up against now.
Better to find out now than when you're not prepared. Yes, I would tend to agree, I suppose.
Trust me, I'm all for not fighting, but if we're going to be fighting, if they're going to be coming as we're fighting, Ithran, then I'd rather know what these guys are capable of instead of fighting out what they're capable of while trying to fight Ithran.
And it sounds like Ithran's going to keep hunting us, so, like, what if he just sends these at us and we're not prepared?
Also, apparently, we don't exist in this time, and so what have we got to lose?
Yeah.
Seldude folds the arms of the bracers, the upper torso rather naked, present. You small
Yeah, we're going inside.
How curious. This is a great honor, fight against a dragon.
You're right.
Yeah,
let's
some of them
do it.
are, they're afraid of battle. It's okay. They're lovers, not fighters.
Exactly.
A warrior does not go into battle unafraid. They go knowing their fear, harnessing it, and using it to slay their foe, overcoming it. This is a perfect time to enter Storm. I agree with your friend. Best to know what you will face in the future, if you do march on Evil's lair.
I mean, I guess we wouldn't want any accidental killing of everybody around the circle again, would we? Better to know what sets us off.
Any
I'll follow your
strategies?
lead, Dodlin.
Strategies.
Yeah, cut it.
Keep yourselves separated. Most Monsag that goes in to hunt a dragonling tends to be by themselves. They do not need a number to hunt. But for you all, you'd want to keep yourselves further in distance. So that way, if the roar of the dragonling erupts, and the breath breathes out of ice and cold, only one of you will be frozen and die.
Yeah.
I just got this new enchanted armor. It's not going to kill me.
I say we just go ahead and get it over with before Jax gets scared.
I mean, if you guys don't want to go in, I'm sure Haldoon will let me spar with some of these giants.
Of
No,
course.
no. I'm good. I'm good.
I haven't heard Lance
If we're gonna
say,
do this, we'll do it together.
all right, there we go. Let's do it together.
Sees Haldoon begins to
And-
walk over towards the large wooden portcullis, this gate. Rucks up to it and grabs underneath it, just begins to lift it up and then pulls it over and braces onto their shoulder as it lifts with large cranking of metallic chains and gears interlaced to the core wooden palisade wall and towers that flank either side of it. A large and massive opening for a giant to be able to pass in through. For all of you, it's seemingly
Almost big
large.
enough. Almost big enough.
Just almost.
I probably could have walked in without him lifting up the palisade.
You actually probably could. In fact, most of you could fit
Just
into
walk
the
straight through the
grooves
gate.
of the palisade gate without. Yeah, exactly.
So,
Exactly that.
so Michael, I know there's not a place to hide necessarily, but based on what he said about footsteps and tremors, I want to try to basically like move with no sound or nothing, as quietly and as softly as possible. as
Yeah,
we go
so
in.
you definitely could roll stealth and try to hide your footsteps, pass out trace, as a perfect spell to use to aid in that for advantage stuff. But any stealth is really just kind of stealth is not just vision, but it's also sound, right?
Yeah.
You're kind of making sure if
Right,
there's a
right.
tremor sense here thing happening. Yeah, so you see as you're passing through the training of them and the sounds of the village in the distance begins to kind of dwindle and dissipate, because as you pass through this opening, it's about 20 feet in terms of its length. You're actually flanked, which is attached to the towers, by a few of these core wooden grandstands. There actually is a couple of these giants that are currently just sitting there, and they're chewing on bits and pieces of large roasted monstrosity creature-sized things, and they're drinking their flagons, their horns of mead, and they're just kind of staring at you, right, as you're like walking in, and they're just like, just lift the hunk off and pass it over and grab the horn. They drink it, sloshing themselves, and you see right next to one of them is the head of one of the dragonlings, a huge-sized draconic head with glowing blue eyes that are now gone. They're not glowing anymore. And they have horns that come out and large spikes and these other things. The head is 3 times at least the size of one of you in terms of just its width. And so it's something that catches your eye immediately as terrifying. You see it just using it as an armrest, this giant. Just watches as you begin to pass in. And then the sounds of the tundra begin to change into a howl, because you're really in the open here at this point in terms of the wind. And there are trees in here, but they're very sparse. You notice they probably cleared out much of the wood in here just to build Storvald. And so there are trees at times, but they're kind of isolated evergreens. And then there are large amounts of thickets. Some of them have these interesting berries attached to them at times. They do have some leaf structures. They're very faint. They have thorns upon them. And then as you're kind of making way, with your passive perceptions, you can see that there are mountain goats in here. And they're using the large brambles of those thickets to kind of hide themselves in herds. And so you can kind of hear the bleating of them as you're coming a little bit close through the howling of the wind. Snowfall is soft, which allows good sight lines, and you're just being perceptive of anything. Mountainous terrain is moving and waving, but it's a large bluff this has been built on. And in the distance, you can see that the Storvald just doesn't end, staring into the gray, the white. You continue to press forward in search of sign, in search of something that would catch your eye, as what Haldoon had described as a mound. That's going to be very challenging. Everyone to roll perceptions.
Is there any chance I can find some stones or anything to refill my sling pouch? Since I
Yeah.
realize I'm running very low.
You can probably find bits and pieces of stone that you are able to quickly shape in the time between the crafting and then also getting to Storvald. I'll let you put in 20 sling bullets with how limited time you had, and then you can add 1 crafter check, whatever tool you use. The common
Yeah,
item.
I don't want any shit about getting arrows or anything at any point in this campaign if he's collected rocks for sling. Okay, just saying.
Sir, you were allowed to attack twice before you have to go pick up all your daggers.
Ready to go pick things up.
So we have Donlin, who's kind of leading the party. This is Donlin's idea of fun. And so you're taking Donlin's.
Oh
taking-
my god.
You're taking Donlin's lead here, and Donlin is just walking through, just absolutely moseying themselves forward, not really having a care in the world, just looking for something to kill in here. And you know you're not after the goats, and so you just kind of keep moving, and you've got about 20 minutes of actual hiking here, which is going to put you at a quarter to a half mile of this terrain. And so you can still see in the distance behind you through the gray, keeping it kind of proximity close and all of that. And then immediately, Donlin, your party, all of which recognizes a mound, and then they stop a little bit of ways.
They let me walk into it. That sounds
They
about
let
right.
you walk forward.
It's your idea.
So, the 4 of you, with your perception checks as you're scanning around, you can visibly see that there is some sort of mound of snow that exists not too far away from all of you. It's right on the edge of your vision in terms of the concealment factor of the snow, and puts it about 160 feet away from Donlin as you all kind of slowly begin to walk now, and Donlin's just continuing to walk forward. You say anything? Donlin doesn't see it.
I'm tempted to let him learn a lesson, but
I mean, we realize he doesn't see it because we all saw it, so it must be pretty
Yeah.
obvious. So
That's
I
up
think
to
the
all of you.
assumption would be that like he would have seen it. Like
Sure,
It's
we could just think
unpaused.
that he's just brave,
You're free to move your tokens as you wish. You can also roll your own stealth checks. If you don't roll a stealth check, they can be passed.
I don't know if you. I'm assuming you saw earlier, Michael. I rolled 12 for
Yep,
mine.
I got 12.
Nope, Donlin's just walking with the fucking Bannerberry Thune on his shoulder. He's just waiting. Like, either I'm gonna find it or it's gonna find me.
Lance, you just take it back?
Well, I took a second to do that crafting, but I'll move up a part of the ways because I'm kind of distracted.
Okay. No one move except for Lance.
I'll split the difference and be in between the party and Bill.
So, at this point, Donlin, you're, even with a natural 1, you don't need to roll anything to see that there's a mound in front of you as you pass this nearby thicket with a handful of berries. As you kind of stare at the mound, you can see it move just a little bit, just kind of jiggles. And then there is a large kind of quaking sound, like a rumble, that begins to emerge all around in terms of space. That rumble itself is accompanied the cracking of ice.
We're on a lake.
Now, as the cracking of ice happens, you don't know that you're on a lake. Just know that there's ice around you and it's cracking. The mound then stops moving. The sounds just subside. Unpaused.
And the rest of us would have seen the cracking as well.
You would have heard it, not seen it.
Heard it.
You also
Okay.
see the mound shifting and moving, but it's still there.
Well,
well, I
fuck it.
think it knows we're here.
I suppose so. I'm gonna move forward, and as I do, I'm actually gonna activate my giant smite.
I'm gonna hold a dagger throw here after a half move to if anything comes out of that mound to throw the dagger at it.
Hello, anybody home? I'm gonna stab the mound with the Bane of Barrythune.
Okay. You stab into the mound. As you do, stab into snow.
How did you miss it? It's not moving.
It's not in there.
Donlin, you had
Donlin.
one job.
How on earth could you fuck this up?
I think it's under us.
Well, that would be.
I'm
unfortunate.
gonna stay right here.
Nolan's just gonna stomp on the ground, like.
And as soon as he starts doing that, I will get on the opposite side of him.
This fucking thing is hiding from me.
Are you sure it's
Maybe
hiding from
it's-
you?
Maybe it's scared of you, Donlin.
Come get your dinner. I brought you dinner.
Perhaps you should try and sound like a goat. You had a goat. You know what they sound like.
Mm.
Roll a performance check.
It's like a scene from Jurassic Park.
This is literally Jurassic Park.
Mm-hmm.
Very aggressive.
You gotta be
Dancing
kidding
goat.
me.
That's great.
That's a good goat.
Wow. Perception of 1 and a performance of 23. Let's go.
That tracks.
Donley, you can hear the rumbling beginning to quicken, and the cracking of ice gets more continuous. The sounds itself get louder.
Can I tell the direction?
Roll a perception check.
There we go.
22, you can feel it coming somewhere around you towards your south side.
Okay. I am just going to stand here and wait for it to come up. I'm
Stand there,
assuming it's going to
wait
come.
for it to come up. As you stand there and wait for it to come up, you can see just very faintly the ground itself is actually sifting. So the ice is sifting. It's a word that's used in terms of earthquakes. The ground's actually coming back and forth, lowering itself down a little bit. You're holding yourself there at the ready, getting prepared for whatever comes. And that little bit of moment becomes louder and louder and louder. And the creature explodes out of the ground. As it does, it comes out of the ice and the snow, twisting itself towards, and the tail thrashes back around itself to grab onto your leg, as if it's been triggered by sound of the rest of you. And as it looks from left to right, turns and sees all of you as it whips itself from left to right. Everyone to roll initiatives.
Let's go.
I'm using all my good rolls up.
Right. Remember this when it's time to hit the thing.
Well, bright
Yeah.
side, I have a plus 11 to hit, so
Famous last words.
I look, man. Doing
It's
what I
not
can out
letting
there.
me roll it. Hang on.
This music is epic.
This is all for this poor little dragonling that's about to get its head chopped off.
Can't hear the music right now, which is really weird.
Really?
Yeah,
I can
That's
hear it.
weird.
It's actually pretty loud.
Yeah, I was gonna say it.
I have it turned down on my side, but
For some reason, it's saying it's not loading.
Huh.
Oh, there it is. I'll turn it down. Yeah,
Oh, it
the
did
new
let me
music.
roll initiative.
The new music that I ported in, for some reason, it's like a lot louder than the other music, so I have to like manually adjust like each one. So unfortunate, but
It is
I'll
epic
figure out.
music, though. I will say
Or
that.
mastered.
Mhm.
Probably the old stuff probably wasn't mastered.
Hey, we all rolled really well. Holy shit.
It's not
can't-
letting
I
me
would-
roll.
Shit. What are you talking
I
about?
had to
Roll
reload
12.
earlier. The first time I loaded, some stuff bugged out.
Yeah, do a control F5. That'll probably reload all the modules.
Yeah,
and
why
everything for
don't you control F5? I'll probably refresh too since the music itself wasn't loading. So I'm just gonna refresh here for myself. That was weird.
Yeah, the
Gonna
first
say,
time I
that's
logged
the
in,
part
I
that-
couldn't click anything.
Yeah, I was saying I'm not part of the combat or something. Like some weird thing, not part of the combat.
You hid so well that you can't
You
even use
Mhm.
it.
You hid so
Hmm.
well.
That's a nice bush I hid behind.
You might need to click on your
Here.
token. I think the
Oh,
car was
yeah.
having that issue with some weird token dissociation.
It was so funny when we started this though, because Pip was hightailing it up to us, and then as soon as the trimmer started, he went immediately back behind the bush.
Nope.
He's like,
said
nope.
nope.
All right, I manually added you to the turn tracker. You should be able to roll it now.
That's not twice.
There we go. Yep, resetting worked.
So as the creature emerges from the ground, it is ripe to attack. Lance, your turn first.
All right. I'm going to a little bit far away, close some distance, 30 feet. That move. Shall target it and attempts to hit it
Okay.
with the sling. Kapow. That is a natural one, so that ain't happening.
As you come
Hit
charging
Brian
forward
Buffett.
Head.
from the Dragonling's ferocity, you can see that the creature is huge. Its large legs are kind of pulling itself upwards with elongated body and tail. You fire off. You see as the sling hits into some ice that has kind of erupted from around the creature as it emerged, and then the snow's kind of falling in. So you're just trying to hit something, but you end up hitting into that large block of wood.
No
Gonna
problem.
cross to
We'll
the
go for it
second.
again.
Trying to see if you can get through. 14. You strike into the hardened white draconic scale and are able to penetrate through with your bullet.
I'm sorry, you said I strike and I do not penetrate. so that's a miss.
So it is a miss, yes. That's right. Theater of mind, so you did miss.
Yeah.
Yep.
I misheard the penetration.
You're like, resistance? like
No.
Immune to damage.
Immune to damage?
No,
What?
no. I wasn't sure if I actually hit it so that I could then apply a superior
Yeah,
dice.
it was a
but
miss, unfortunate.
I kind of figured. Okay. Well, that is more or less what I got. So
Okay.
that's my turn.
All right, so
Oh yeah.
I'm going to end the turns
I
for
got
you,
it.
unless you want to do it for yourself, because there isn't a good way to do it on this turn tracker. So, Kaden, your turn.
As we now have a target, he will reach out his hand, and a cone of very dark gray smoke will roll out across the snow, almost like fog over the surface of water. And as it crosses across the dragon ling, these shadowy black hands will burst up out of the snow, like clawing at its feet. He is going to amplify an energy barrage. Meow. Apparently, I targeted myself.
Yeah, it's part of the template, because when you shoot it from yourself, you're next to the
It
template,
grows.
so that it wants
Yeah.
to target you. I think it's great. All right, so as you send off the
That's funny.
barrage as it explodes outwards from this, you can see that the actual fog, as it kind of rolls through, it actually is beginning to grab and almost tug down on the creature. The creature has failed saving throw. It's going to take 18 points of force damage and is restrained.
Hey.
So start of your next turn.
I have an active effect that just says template. Is that just reminding that I have?
It's
first
mine.
name
It's
on
reminding
there?
that you have a
Okay.
template with the other.
Yeah. Okay. And then I will move a little bit closer, and that will end his turn.
I
Oh,
will
you can
end your
just click
turn.
the arrow on your portrait.
What? There's an arrow on the
You
portrait?
If you mouse over your portrait, a little arrow pops up, and you just click.
I didn't know that. My thing looks a lot different than yours, so that's pretty cool.
It's a double arrow. It's like a carrot.
Okay. Click the double arrow, the carrot. No, always remind yourself the DM is here to lay down the carrot. All right, Dahlid, you're up next.
All right, we are swinging through with the Bane of Barathun.
All right, you come across with the Bane of Barathun here. You also see that I believe I've put a macro into it to roll that this creature is not actually a draconic type. So as you come through and swing, you'll hit with 22 and you'll deal 16 points of slashing damage. Bane Barathun does not drink the blood of this creature.
That's concerning.
Fucking picky.
I see that.
Hybrid.
Yeah,
sword.
He's one generation off. It's okay.
Right.
we will swing again now.
Come across with another swing, getting the advantage. The creature's held down, still kind of coming out of the earth. You strike again, 24, you deal 14 points of slashing damage.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna end my turn, kind of looking at it, the smile on my face.
Okay, end your turn. You can see the creature as it's emerged. It is going to go for a series of attacks. The first attack is going to be a constrict, the direction of Cain. As it comes out with its tail towards you, that's disadvantage. With a 19, it is able to hit you. Deals 26 points of bludgeoning and slashing damage. As you react to become immune to that damage, you're able to nullify the crushing force as you harden yourself and your bones. However, you are grappled and restrained by this creature within its tail. As it holds around upon you, then begins to move you closer to it, getting you ever so, grips you tight, and then goes in for a large bite in the direction of Donlin's leg. Natural 1 with the disadvantage strikes into bits and pieces of ice as it crashes through and drives its mouth forward to your foot. You dodge backwards in the nick of time. It's the end of the creature's turn. Jax, you're up next.
All right, I'm going to take my full movement to come up on the side, opposite Kanan, and go ahead and slash the creature with a dagger attack.
Okay. Coming across with the slash, the dagger getting advantage from the restraint. You come across one of its legs as it's kind of pulling itself outward. 23 is successful. You're able to hit with 15 points of piercing damage. And I don't know if is your sneak attack a macro now that pops up for you?
It said yes or no for sneak attack. Yes.
Yeah, it
100% did.
It works. I did it. Very happy with that.
And then I'm gonna just stay here for this, but I don't see the double arrow that Kanan was talking about.
Or was it on your?
Maybe
You just have to hover over your person at the top.
When I hovered over my picture in the turn tracker, it popped up.
Oh, in the turn
center.
tracker.
Yeah, in the turn.
I was doing it over my token.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Gotcha. All right, so that ends my turn, and I'll go to Pip.
All right, Pip, you're up next.
All right, let's see. Oh, a little bit closer. I'm gonna get a little bit closer. I'm going to hit it with my unsettling words here.
Okay.
That is indeed unsettling.
There you go. And then I'm going to use my hypnotic pattern on.
That's going to be. I don't think you can make that happen because you have.
I can't do like that.
You might be able to, but remember, it's going to try to snap to a corner. So.
Oh, will it?
it'll try to grow the template because it wants to be on a corner. So if you place it in the middle of it, it'll try to encompass.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get all of them.
Because it's a 30-foot cube, right?
It should be a 20
Yes.
by 20, right?
Should be 20, right?
No, it's 30.
It's a 30-foot cube. Hypnotic pattern is massive.
Oh yeah, there's no way.
There's
not
no
30 feet
way.
between them.
There's no way that you can hit hypnotic pattern and not
Yeah.
hit your friends with that.
Yeah.
Probably only have to hit one of us.
Just hit me. It's fine.
Honestly, Pip wouldn't really know. He's trying to test his powers. It's a new one.
Okay. Okay. So Lance, are you accepting to be friendly fire with hypnotic pattern?
Yeah, it's fine.
Wow, that's
I was gonna
self-sacrificing.
say, I'll
Send
I'll
it.
take
It's more important.
All right, Lance, you can go ahead and roll. Your wisdom saving throw should be on the right-hand side. And then you can roll yours too, Kanan, whatever you get all. I will remove
Well,
the
see-
effect.
Apparently, I hit the plus, so there you go.
Oh, you did it
See-
with advantage.
Is there any way he could center it so it doesn't hit Kanan? Like,
No, that's what we're doing. We're gonna play it off like that. We're gonna play it off that
Okay,
he's
that's
not gonna hit. Yeah, that's what we're basically doing here. So we're saying that he's gonna aim it. Pip, you're gonna aim it in a way that you're gonna hit the dragonling, and then you're gonna hit Lance. So
okay. I was just curious what Kanan did.
yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah,
And
the
so-
roll was already queued, so you have to push it out.
That's true. Good point.
I'll wake you up.
Wake me up. Wake me up inside.
Based on your DC, the dragonling is going to succeed. It is not going to fall under the hypnotic pattern. However, Lance, you have an 11. That is going to be a failure. You are going to fall prey to the hypnotic pattern. You are now in a incapacitated and charmed-like state. Go ahead and put this on. Then I'll put concentration on to you. Pip.
Rip.
Well, didn't hit
Out
the
of
dragon.
cu-
You could drop.
Out of
concentration
curiosity,
that way.
trying to say, can I just drop concentration?
You can.
Seeing it, so I'm just gonna be like, damn it, and then just stop concentration, and then that's my turn.
Okay. Love it. All right, we're going to come back around to round 2 here. 6 seconds have elapsed. You can see the creature's beginning to bleed bluish, reddish kind of blood as it's kind of pouring out of its body from various points that has been kind of cut inwards. So the Bane of Barathun as well as Jax's dagger. Lance, we're going to go around for round 2 here with the bullets.
Yep. Well, doesn't seem to be too effective yet, but I'm a stubborn old dwarf, so we're gonna keep doing what we do. Cute. Should I have advantage?
It's
Dude.
restrained.
So there's still
Yes.
restrained
I
till
was
the
I was
start of
thinking of
that.
your modified flanking, so I was like, wait. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't have flanking right now. You're too far away, anyways. So
Yeah, that's-
23 hits you 9 points of bludgeoning damage as you land to see the bullet puncture through some of the white draconic scales into the flesh.
Okay. Excellent. And then I will sacrifice my other attack and in my bonus action to use a commander strike. The question is, do I think Donlin with the magic kill all dragons sword or Jax with the extremely effective stabbing will do?
Keep in mind, it's not a dragon, apparently.
Ah. So then that actually solves my question for me. It's Jax. Sorry, I saw the
Okay.
big numbers for Bane and Barathun.
So hover over. So I believe I have this set up right. You want to hover over Jax, and you want to push C for target, and then click Commander Strike.
yeah, I think we did this last time. We target him instead. Some resource and
Should put an effect on Jax, and then Jax, you should be able to now attack.
Nice.
yes.
Hey.
20.
Yes.
All right.
That's
So-
a massive roll right there.
All right, so you can see that adds the D8 in from the Commander Strike. I've actually also built it up with your subclass. This will automatically scale, David, so you don't even need to adjust anything ever when you level up. So it's going to automatically change your stuff. So we
Well,
get a
I
D4.
said be careful because for this UA Ranger
I
subclass,
went
the dice
through-
size does not scale.
I went through it. Yeah, no, I'm talking about usage and other things, not the dice. I actually created some subclass so it wouldn't. That's what I was referring to. So
Got it,
D8
okay.
there, plus the 4, plus the 8, plus the 3d6. There's a lot of stuff happening here because it's got the critical going here. It's a total of 58 points of piercing damage. If that is accurate, you're able to find a piece within its lung. So it's kind of pull itself to the left-hand side, grab the dagger in, prompted for a window of opportunity. As it's distracted, you dive the dagger into one of its lung regions, so you can billowing more of this viscous pinkish hue of its version of its own blood.
A couple points of damage there.
Yeah, just
A
a
little
few.
bit.
And that'll wrap up my turn. Hey, Danon, take it away.
At the start of your turn, the creature will no longer be restrained. See, as the
True.
fog of itself begins to kind of now fade away, right? So it's now dissipating its energy chaos back around you.
While he is held up by the tail, he's just gonna pop out a couple of shadowy lashes of his own and just strike out at the dragon.
Okay.
Let me go, foul creature.
Halor commands it.
All right, so you have disadvantage because you are still restrained by
I'm
it on the
restrained, yeah.
tail. So you chose to send out your tentacle strike in return. You can see it expanding out from you, but it kind of gets collapsed into the rolls and folds of that large draconic tail, spiking through, and it's unable to meet the mark.
Again.
Okay, applicable for the extra attack. 16 does not land either. As you come through now, it's able to get
shit.
outwards, but then it comes in just grazing against the white draconic scale, and you're just unable.
All right, well. That will end his turn.
All right, Donald, you're next.
I'm gonna need you to put him down.
All right, that is going to be a 20. That will hit for 14 points of slashing damage. As you come across, he pulls its head back as you slash through one of its jaws.
All right. Second attack.
29 is able to hit, dealing 18 points of slashing damage. Now for a large jab, you see the creature waiting, falling backwards and pulling itself from left to right.
I am going to activate my
That shit's
fire
still alive?
rune on that to keep it there.
Creature succeeds with a 17. It's not pulled
Rip.
down, but it's going to half the 2d6, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Takes 2 points of fire damage.
All right. Well, I tried.
We now come
Yeah,
to the
but it's still
creature's
alive.
turn. Kanan's still restrained. It turns its attention to the source. Stabbed into its lung, begins to speak Draconic out loud. You can speak Draconic, raise your hand.
Not I, sir.
Just Pip.
Yay.
You see as it speaks Draconic, the howling of frost spills from its breath. You will die. As it begins to growl outwards, showing it actually has intelligence about itself, but a little more simple. See a breath of cold begin to billow from its mouth at point blank range, aimed at you. Okay.
Rip Jax.
This shit is personal. You know, at level 7, you get evasion.
I gotta say, does
thanks.
that count as a dragon's breath?
So it might be a con save.
This is a dragon's breath. That's correct. If you have a helm, you have advantage on the roll. Like I said, it's a monstrosity type because of how it is birthed and created, but it is
I
a
do have
breath
a
of the
helm.
dragon. You can hit the plus sign of the chat card at the bottom right. Make sure to hit the plus icon after hovering over the dice in the chat.
Okay.
Roll with advantage. That is going to be a 20. That will be a success. You're able to have 48 points of cold damage.
And in return, I would like to use Hellish Rebuke.
You already
What?
used your reaction.
Oh yeah, Commander Strike reaction's
what?
used already.
Oh, that's a reaction?
Yeah,
Mhm.
attacking out of your turn.
Fuck, dude. Look. Somebody else is telling me to do this stuff. All right, I didn't know. Son of
You
a
did
bitch.
58 damage. Are you really
Yeah,
complaining about
are you really complaining right now? Are you serious?
I had this.
Oh my, hold on for a
Man.
second. Hold on for a second. You literally
Okay.
did 58 points of damage. Your health pool is at 48. You literally would
I
have
know.
killed yourself and bring other
you
people
were-
to
I
the
know
party.
Everyone in the party.
But
Yeah!
but once again, as
assassinate
OOC goes,
him.
dropping little hints here for things. I had something all worked out for Hellish Rebuke's reaction. I didn't realize that took my reaction for Commander Strike. Now I know
It
better.
does.
That's
It
all right.
does.
My
Now-
attack.
now I know better. Now I won't take that critical for 58.
Next time, just be like,
"No,
next
yeah,
time
yeah,
I
we
can
know."
take it.
We know
no,
who's
no,
not
no.
getting they're losing their commander strike
No,
privileges.
no. You guys misunderstanding. What I'm saying
It's
is I
okay.
won't try to do a reaction after I have that done on me now. I didn't realize it took my reaction.
It's all right. Pitt's learning how to use his things. He put his own teammate to sleep, kind of. You know, it's fine.
So-
Everyone's
As-
learning. That's why we
So-
came in here.
That's why we came in here. So as the bellow of
That's
breath
good.
comes through, you're able to like duck underneath some of the rumbling of icing and just kind of braze through, and you can see that this is a dragon's breath. Your helm begins to glow and trigger outwards as it almost begins to like premeditate the blast, which is what I'm going to roleplay in terms of these helms. But what it's doing is it's like you're almost getting a tingle, right? That this thing is going to breathe at you, which lets you react a little bit faster to it, get out of the way of it. So as the breath comes through, you're able to get into that cover, dodging down. You're able to half the damage. It's still enough that this thing would wipe you in one shot. It would freeze you solid in one blow if you failed. So as it does, it is going to actually begin to sound out with its vocals. Just a large roar up into the air, kind of rolling itself back and left as now it focuses itself down, bleeding profusely. You see, just dribbling. It's very near death and ends its turn.
And this is not an attack that Uncanny Dodge can help me with.
That's correct. You cannot uncanny dodge the breath.
Okay. All right. Well,
And your reaction
I
is
got
already
no other
taken
choice, but-
anyways. So
yeah. Uncanny Dodge is not a reaction, though. I don't think.
any dodge is a reaction.
Same with the flick missiles.
Oh, your reaction? Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna attack the guy again because he's almost dead, and I'm fucking stuck here. So
All right. So you can see it waiting in front of you. You then reach out to go in for a strike. With the flank rules as stated, this will be a flank 2 based on Donlin Kanan being within 5 feet. So it goes up to an 18 in terms of the attack roll. 18 is going to be successful to strike. You're able to come through, taking the dagger out, cutting into the clavicle, right through into some jugular regions. 7 points of damage is enough, even if you add sneak attack.
okay.
So you cut
Yeah, I
through
was
the
gonna say
jugular.
it
doesn't
did
prompt
not
if you
prompt
miss.
me that
I know.
time.
That's supposed to.
Oh, because I missed technically. I
Because
got
you
it.
missed.
I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So the flanking bonus is what got me up to being able to hit then.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Man, we got a lot of.
It's a good thing we attacked that guy.
Yeah.
To say. We're really got a lot of pepper step right now. Jeez. So, cut into the jugular. You can see the blood beginning to pour out, just kind of falters down into itself. The hole that it came out from is caved in. So this thing is making holes as it goes and leaves the trail of ice crack in its wake, but it's impassable wherever it kind of emerged from underneath. You see it now just in a bowl of its own creation, jagged edges of rocks, and the wind still howling around you. The snow is falling down now to a medium-like stature, just kind of a medium-like state that's falling down around you.
Jax, after he's done killing it, will fall to a knee and, holy shit, this hurts. I gotta find a way to get further away.
That wasn't so
I'm gonna-
bad.
We thought about
I'm gonna stay there on
Shooting
a
it?
knee. With what, Donlin? I don't carry around 900 weapons like other people. I don't
Let
even
me
know.
Look at my arsenal. Do I have anything?
I don't even know, other than daggers, really what I could use at this point. I'm not a fighter.
Didn't the floaty eyeball thing tell you something about some archer missile thingy?
No, it wasn't the floating. Well, maybe it was
No,
the
that
floating
was-
eyeball. I don't
The
remember.
That's
gloves
pretty
of
much-
archery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was out of character.
What?
mean,
no,
I do
thought it was
have-
in character.
I do have these bracers that are supposedly help you out with shooting like a bow and an arrow, but I don't have a bow and arrow. I have daggers.
Yeah, well, you got him.
I'm sure
Oh
somebody.
shit! Pip's still here. I didn't realize it after that fight. I'm sorry. Pip, how you doing, man?
I'm great. How's the cold?
Still cold.
See, I know I'm not a fighter, so that's why I don't get up in his grill.
Okay, I should ask, does anybody want to take any of those contents, or am I like the de facto crafting guy now?
Nope, you're the de facto
I-
crafty guy.
Only thing I need to learn from you is how to make these handy hand grenades, for lack of a better term, and some smoke grenades. So you and I will be working on that. But
You got it.
So, Lance, you
Uh,
pick up, you notice immediately this does drop draconic parts, just not all of it in terms of how much it could. So you're getting bits and pieces of what is on the actual hide, right? The teeth, right? The bone work. But the blood of this creature is very diluted. It is barely a dragon in terms. It's just this monstrosity that's been put together with the dragon's magic and made into what it is. Bane of Barry Thune requires full-blooded dragons to breathe. It's damage,
Hey,
it's
okay.
psychic power upon.
Interesting.
It makes you feel better, Jax. It did say it was gonna kill you just there, so you made him a liar at least.
yeah,
I suppose there are any more of those things wandering around.
I mean, it did just roar. I'm sure we're about to get attacked.
I
Yeah, I'm
assume
going back
there's
into my
plenty more,
bush.
Kanan.
We should be careful. They'll try to pick you up. I've noticed it was not pleasant.
Yeah, it's a good thing. All of a sudden, you became like hard as stone or something. There, they couldn't do anything to you except grab you, huh?
Elora is mighty when he needs to be.
I wonder if there's a size limitation there. I wonder if they can grab me when I'm big.
I can grab you when you're big. The question is, can they pick you up?
I'm not
I mean,
gonna lie.
didn't,
I thought it'd be a little bit harder than that.
I mean, there was one of them and 5 of us. I'm assuming that at the Dragon's Lair, it's not going to be one of us, or one of them and 5 of us. It's going to be like 3 of them and 5 of us.
I'm gonna tell you guys though, do not get in front of them when they try to breathe on you, because holy crap, that hurts.
Yeah, why do you think I asked for resistance?
Pip is actually gonna look at his ring real quick. I wonder. But yeah, that
John,
looked
your
cool.
glaive begins to ring loud in your mind.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Fuck.
Hey, guys, we got company coming. I'm going to look around.
As you say, hey guys, we have company, go to turn and you look around and you can see one of the creatures beginning to emerge just to the bottom left side of Lance and Jax as it begins to explode outwards from the earth. It is going to catch everyone but Donlin by surprise. And everyone to please roll initiatives.
I'm pretty sure I can't be caught by surprise.
Doesn't the weapon of warning have a range on it?
The weapon of warning, this which is held right now, that one person in your party is simply advantage on initial rolls, but we cannot be surprised.
So I have alert, Michael, so I can't be caught by surprise if I'm conscious.
That's correct. You do.
In addition, you and any of your
Holy
companions within
shit,
30
can I
feet
roll-
can't be surprised.
Dude, I have rolled shit on initiative.
So the actual weapon of warning is different than the warning that's in the crafting guide, because we're using the actual one, which is why the warning weapon is an uncommon rarity in the crafting guide. The actual warning weapons in terms of cost.
Okay, because this was the glaive that he got from the showdown at the beginning. I thought he got a real deal actual weapon of warning. So sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
No.
So all the stuff that's in the crafting guide, if there is anything copied over, like the warning or whatever, it's kind of erasing what we know in 5e, and that we're putting this in. And the reason why the warning one is in there and then the rarity is as such is because it is a downrated version of the other weapon, but it's cheaper and it's easier to obtain, so people can have more without having to take the alert fee.
Yeah. Oh, good. I misunderstood what type of warning weapon he had. So.
Gotcha.
I forgot I'm not prompted for initiative. There we go.
The quiet before the storm.
So as we get started with combat, so any character, monster, as it knows threat, surprise at the start of the encounter. Surprise, you can't move or take an action on your first turn of the combat, and you can't take a reaction until that turn ends. So as we're going to go through here in terms of the actual order, so Kanan, even though you rolled first, you will have nothing that you can do here on your turn, so we're going to go ahead and skip it. But Donlin, you actually, Weapon of Warning, getting a little bit of a step up, rolled high enough that you actually can move and take your actions. In addition, now that we've passed through Kanan's turn, Kanan can use the reactions.
Oh, that was a leveler. I will move. Bonus action. Giant's Might. And we'll just swing away with the Bane.
Okay. So as you begin to grow out in size, once more you come in with the Baneberry Thune. Now this is going to be an 18, which technically isn't 19 because Jax is not surprised with you. 21 points of slashing damage is dealt. The creature begins to pull itself up, black talon as it grabs into the ice. You can see the actual talon itself has that mystical frost, similar to that of the wolves that you rode. And you're able to strike down into that and kind of winces from the blow.
All right. I'm actually going to.
I think you only have 5 feet left of you.
I thought I only moved 20 because I thought I was up here, but at the
You
giant's size.
You used Giant
is
Smite and
also
then you,
weird.
Yeah, but you stepped 5 feet back. So what you did is you
Okay.
moved and then you Giant Smite and then you moved your token
Got
5
it.
feet. So technically you'd have 5 feet left. In terms
Okay. I'm going to 5-foot step here just to try to get us a little bit of distance. And then I will swing again.
I will hit as well. You get 16 points of slashing damage.
And that is everything.
All right. So now we are going to come to Pip. Unfortunately, you are surprised for this round. We're going to bypass, but Pip, you can now use your reactions. Jax, you're up. You were not surprised because you were alert.
So I'm going to just move counter to Donlin here because I know they shoot a breath weapon out, and I don't want him to have it easy by me just standing in front of him.
The Whispers of Hell, dude. Space yourselves.
So scared, so scared. And then I'm gonna go ahead and hit him with a dagger stab here. Oh boy!
All right, 15 here. Unfortunately, Lance, you're still surprised. You can't aid to the flank, so it's only a 16 in terms of the attack. The dagger is not successful in striking through. You can kind of go through with the dagger for puncture strike. Creature's tail is just whirling and whipping around, lashing.
That's fine. I'm gonna use my bonus action to do another dagger attack.
Okay. It's not going to be
my-
successful either.
Yep,
You
gotcha.
just come across.
I'm just gonna
another
end my
dagger
turn
strike.
and die in a hole.
You begin to pour yourself down into a hole to die. The creature is going to take an opportunity here to operate its constrict around you, Jax. That constrict is going to be successful against your armor class of 16. You are going to take approximately 32 points of bludgeoning and slashing damage, which is going to knock you unconscious immediately. Your body is also being restrained by the creature. Then a bite is going to come out. Noticing you, Donlin, have attacked it, it is going to rotate itself towards you with the tail still raised of your friend. In addition to moving your friend further behind, away from allies, its lifeless body, then the bite comes through to you, Donlin. You take 13 points of piercing damage as it bites down onto your leg. Ends its turn. Lance, you're up next.
As it ends its turn, I am going to activate Stone Rune.
Okay, activating Stone Rune. Creature is going to fail its wisdom saving throw here. You can see that it falls into the Shriby stupor. It's beginning to pass around back and forth, right where it kind of bites down to your leg, and it's like pulling itself back, and so it's caught by this wave as you invoke the rune, and it begins to work. And you can see that the Whisperers of the Draconic, begins to emanate outwards, and it's similar in phrasing that you're able to overhear Pip, the only one that can speak Draconic. It's simply saying giant's magic. It has a slight fear ring to it then it's in this stupefied state. Lance, you're at the bottom of the order, so you're still surprised. However, after this point, you can use your reactions as we go into round 2, and in addition, the creature is in the stupor and did not attack you while you're surprised. Hayden, you are up. You can move and interact as normal. Round 2.
Fun times. All right. Can I step over this corpse? Is it like in the way?
It is difficult terrain.
This way. He's gonna bust out the shadowy tentacles again.
All right, going for tentacle strike here in 18 with the help now, the flank of 2. Unfortunately, Jax is incapacitated, cannot help with, or unconscious, cannot help with the flank. 18, 16 points of force damage. Successful as you whip into its white draconic scales.
Interestingly, on my screen, Jax is not unconscious. It just says he's near death.
Yeah, it says he's near death.
I was gonna say the same thing. I didn't want to interrupt, but I had 1 hit point left after
Oh, you
that
did?
32. Yes.
Oh, I thought you only had.
I thought I was just bugged out, so I was.
No, Lance healed me in between fights and
Yeah.
it took me up to 33 hit points.
Oh, gotcha.
So
okay.
Yeah, I gave him
I
one
didn't-
bonus.
I didn't want to interrupt. So
No, you're fine.
I just
I mean, we could pretty much say you're kind of like you're on the verge of a guy.
It still has.
Yeah,
like
I mean-
Oh, yeah. I mean, but yeah, you can. Yeah, Jax, his eyes are still open. His eyes are
He's
still open.
fine.
He's fine.
barely. I don't know how Jax is taking all the damage here tonight. I feel targeted.
That's what you get for talking shit about Donlin.
All right, so Jackson,
I know, right?
you still
True,
get to contribute to the
true.
flank, even in a restrained state. You got 4 people on. Looking nice, 14 points of force damage.
And that will end his turn.
All right, Domlin, you're up next.
All right. We're gonna keep swinging through.
All right, 25 connects, 21 points of slashing damage.
And again.
14 points of slashing damage. 14, whipping it back and forth, slicing through. Banterberry Thune, still an effective weapon against all foot. Lightness. Deadness.
I'm going to action surge because I want it to die before the stupor ends. And
21 hits, 21 points of damage.
Holy shit.
Nice.
And 20 hits, 19 points of damage. Back
Much
and
more
forth.
articulate.
The veins
me.
popping inside of your head. You're getting aggressed back at the gladiator. You're getting this, gladiator fever, right? Again, to kind of go through, trying to catch the creature off guard and vanish in this incapacitated charmed state from the stone rune that you passed on.
now I'm going to step to the opposite side of Lance and Kanan. And I will end turn there.
All right.
Okay.
you're up.
Gonna get a little bit closer here. Going to give you a nice healing word here. We'll do level 2.
All right. 12 points of healing.
And
Let's
then for
go.
him, I am going to whisper sweet nothings in his ear. Hopefully it'll kill it.
All right. So you cannot cast the Dissonant Whispers. Your healing word is a 2nd level spell. So you can only cast
Oh,
a cantrip.
right. Wrong. I meant I should mock it. That's what I meant.
He meant the other word.
The other one. Yeah, I gotcha. Just make
Yeah,
sure-
either both are talking shit.
All right, the creature's
Yeah.
going to fail
both
with a
fucking
12. Takes
shit.
3 points of psychic damage as you try to reach out towards it. What do you say?
I said, just like your friend, you will die. And
Okay.
draconic,
Yeah.
honestly.
Just make sure to put the spell slot back to you for the Distant Whispers. You can end your turn. Time. I can end for you. We think we figured it out. All right, Jax, you are
Yeah.
not unconscious. because of the poultice that was applied to you
Yes!
by your friend. So you should probably thank Lance for that.
Well, I just didn't want to say anything because Lance did
You-
save me there. So I'm gonna go ahead and attack him with the dagger here.
Okay, so you're still restrained, so you're disadvantaged. You can attempt to break out of that restraint if you so choose to. 11 is going to
Nah, I already
be
rolled.
a miss. Complete.
I will say F it, and I will try to attack him again, even at disadvantage, because I just want to get out of this. I don't know that I could theoretically break out with my strength. So
Gotcha. Well, and it's an escape check, so technically you can use your acrobatics or athletics. So
oh shit. Well, okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Done. And
you went for gold and you didn't make it. You pulled the Drax moment back there with the tail. You're just trying to get through, but your arms are tight. You can't get the swings you need to get underneath the scales.
Man, I'm thinking about using fast hands here. Who do I hit if I? Is there a way to see the if I use one of the mini explosives without using it? I can see the template.
So fast hands is a bonus action to use. You used your bonus action.
Oh, that's
to
right.
get
And
the
I use the
secondary.
attack. Yep, you're right. Yep. I'll end my turn there.
I
You
I
are
love Justin. You today have been like. I mean, if I wasn't on top of it, man, you're cheesing. That's great. I love it.
Man, so it's. I'm not gonna lie. Like for me,
It's like a
so
week
rough
off,
because
right?
It's been a week. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's exactly what it is. I
Yeah.
have so much other stuff going on in my head that a week off, and I tend to forget some of the basic stuff like that. So I apologize, guys, but that ends my turn. Now I'm gonna get killed by the dragon, so it's okay.
Nope, because it doesn't do the saving throw until the end of its turn.
All right. So at the end of its turn, it is
Oh.
going to roll a wisdom saving throw. It is going to be successful with a natural 20, and it is able to break away from the stone room. I actually think it's on a macro, so I wonder if I end its turn, if it's going to do it on macro.
Yeah, it's gonna roll.
Oh yeah, there it goes. I manually did it for the nat 20, but I like that the
Good.
macro works. I'll have to use that next time. Lance, you are up. The creature begins to awaken, but it is not taking its action because it had to awaken at the end. So kind of catching you off guard a little bit by its movements all of a sudden. Opportunity strikes,
Okay.
though.
Opportunity does indeed strike. Which I will attempt to capitalize on and strike it myself with a dagger. Shank it.
Stab it, stab it.
Right, fucking
stab
shank
it.
this bitch.
Stab it. Lance will comes the dagger.
Donlan's gonna convince everyone that stabbing
19
stuff
hits.
is the best way to
You have
resolve
7
it.
points of piercing. You have a stab upward direction of its head. Just whipping from left to right. I've applied the flank 3 condition to all of the targets
Okay.
around.
Uh,
so it's doing it automatically now.
Let's see. I will apply. I think I'm going to do what I did last. Well, no, I'm going to apply a distracting strike on it.
Okay. Distracting strike.
With that hit. I'm assuming we have multiple. Ooh, 7. Pretty high roll for the damage.
All right, so when you hit with a weapon attack, you can expend 1 spirit of die to add the total to the damage roll and the next attack roll against the target by an attacker. The new has advantage if the attack is made before the start of your next turn. So you're going to be adding the 7 to additional damage here. And then whoever strikes next, this will be just a hold down alt type deal.
Correct. And I think, since Jack's got the mighty crit last time, let's take turns and share. I will use my other attack and my bonus action to give Donlin the reaction attack. Do you have your reaction available? I should ask.
I do.
Okay.
I'm also not restrained, so it's a good
Yeah,
thing it
that's-
shows me
Yeah,
over
I was gonna
Drax.
say the restrained part. Stupid dragon tail things.
Commander strike on you. Now you may smite it with advantage.
So hold down alt might get sticky though. So we'll see. It seems like 27 hits.
ShamWow.
As you do, it's a creature's awakening from it. You're able to strike through, distracting it, pulls its head in the direction of your dagger. Lance, it literally opens its mouth to come down on top of you just to consume you. You look up towards it, smiling a little bit. Donlin takes
Should
the
we be
advantage of
red?
the Beta Ray food, jumping upwards, coming directly into its neck, down into its spinal column, leaving off a quarter of its head. The creature is dead.
Well, this has been fun, but watching Jax almost die twice, I think we should just get the hell out of here.
Perhaps you should
Ouch!
not get.
Don't worry,
Mm.
pain is weakness leaving the body.
We need to find you a bow.
Fun
Look-
fact: apparently they're scared of giants' magic. Y'all didn't know that already.
DM, so using the poultices takes a minute apiece. If we get interrupted by combat before that, let me know. But otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and roll them.
Okay.
One. And go ahead and throw another one on there. Two.
Look, I barely know how to use daggers. Okay, this is not my thing. I don't know if I can use a bow. Donlin, are you able to teach somebody how to use a bow?
Yeah, I can show you how to use a bow.
All right. I might want to because this is crazy.
It's not my forte, but I'm okay with a bow.
Those bracers actually give you
I know.
Yeah.
OOC wise, I know.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah,
think that they told us exactly what they were ability wise
Right.
in the deal.
So the wind is howling. Snow is falling down. Not ferociously. Again, just more than it was before. The minutes pass by here as Lance, you begin to aid Jax at the same time. Domlin, you're probably helping harvest the creature and watching intently how you can gather trophies and the honor and loyalty of Thrym. You know, you're potentially going to take a head here if only you could. The head is just too large for your body,
Too big
especially
for
the
me.
small size, to be able to move. But alas, the creatures are here. Something to tell Heldoon be able to harvest.
Can I take
and
like
gain
a
trophies.
claw, like a claw toe, put it on my
A
belt?
talon? Yeah, you can.
Talon, yeah.
Grab a little talon trophy here just to hang on your belt, something that
Claw
is
toe.
manageable in terms of size. And then the sound around you is
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
normal. There's no ice cracks. There's no rumble.
That's so mean, Michael.
So,
All right, Donlin, are you good now? Can we leave, please?
I mean, are you good? You got kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I'm fine. I was taking the hits because I know you couldn't. So if you notice, I
he-
never once got knocked unconscious there. I was
he
still
has
up and
remained
going.
on his feet for the entirety of this fight, which, historically speaking,
That's
To
true.
be-
has not
yeah.
been your forte.
That's
To be
fair.
fair, Jax didn't go down either.
Thank you, Pip.
That was
I
Score
mean,
one.
he also got a lot of healing poultices and healing. That's not fair.
So
I
did
got
you.
one in between
Let's
the
go.
fights.
Huh? I did not. I did not get healed at all.
This
You
fight.
you most
Oh
certainly
yeah,
did.
I meant this fight.
Oh yeah, this fight. All the other fights you got healed and still got knocked out. I'm talking shit the whole way to Donlin as we're walking out since he wants to instigate
As
this,
we're
by the way.
walking back, Pip is gonna walk up to Lance. Hey, when we get back, remind me I need to have a word with you.
Oh, of course.
Awesome. I just don't think
I don't even know
now's
where
a
the
good
exit
time.
is. I just want to get the fuck out of this place.
Donlin's just gonna let you talk shit because he knows that when he gets to teach you how to use a bow, he's specifically gonna tell you wrong shit just so that way you misfire a couple times.
Hey, that's fine. I think
Disadvantage on all attacks.
the bracers
Well-
will offset that, I think.
Like, you know how if you grab the backside of the arrow wrong, when you pull it back, you like hit
Yeah.
your arm with the bowstring. Yeah, you're gonna
It
be
gives you a
learning.
nice little stinger.
Yeah, you're gonna be learning a nice little painful lesson because Donald's gonna tell you all the wrong shit.
Perfect.
He'll correct you at the end of it, but
Well, what did we learn, gentlemen?
I learned making people with my abilities needs to be trained a little bit. Sorry once again about that. At least did you see cool shit,
Yeah.
Lance?
wait, what did you do to him?
I learned ability. I wanted to try it, and I never used it really. And shit happens when you fuck with magic you're not too familiar with.
Did you like
Very harsh.
make him hallucinate? Were you high?
Was
I
a
don't
little
know.
bit disorienting.
Never actually been on the other end of that.
Could you cast it on yourself for recreational purposes? Does that work that way?
I don't think so, because I have to concentrate on it.
We should stop by Haldoon on the way out and see if he has like any normal shit that he's pillaged off of a boat somewhere. Maybe we can get a bow there.
I am so glad that I learned nothing from that fight at all, except don't get close.
That's
Well, it's a
a
valuable lesson.
It is.
So,
Guys, like, I don't know how to fight. Daggers are just like a last defense, if you will, for me. Like I'm
you stabbed it quite well that first one anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't say I didn't know how to use them, but it's like all that I know. So, let's be honest here. I pride myself, quite honestly. Been very few times where I have been caught doing anything. So fighting is just not something I do. I'm learning as we go.
You're talking to someone who literally is a lover, not a fighter. Literally, I talk shit, and I help you guys.
You
I
could
do not fight.
perhaps attempt more of a hit and run type strategy. We get away from it after you've struck it from the backside.
Or just use the bow. I like that idea. Or throw those daggers like you did that one dude. How you got him right in the eye and like took him out one hit.
So
I
the
think that was
problem
actually
throwing
a sack of potatoes.
Oh
it could have
yeah,
been
that wasn't even a
it
dagger.
could have been. The problem with throwing daggers is I very limited on what I can carry. I would assume the same with the bow is going to hold true, though, as I'm going to be very limited on arrows that I can shoot, but I think I can probably carry more of those than I can daggers, to be honest.
I mean, it's a matter of
Yeah, but it also looks like you're very precise in your shots, so you don't take that many shots, so you should be okay.
That's true. I guess we'll have to get one, and I'll have to try it out and find out. Right? It's the only way to do this.
Yes, it's always good to try new things. Maybe this isn't working for you. Try the bow, see if it works. If not, we'll see.
Don't know. Donlin seems to stab things. I'm not sure how much he really knows about the bow, guys.
I'm quite dexterous.
Oh yeah? Do a back handspring into a front round off right now. How dexterous are you?
Clearly, I rolled like shit, but
I don't believe him.
you. Tr-
Yes, Donlin. I see you're quite dexterous.
I
I
mean,
would
for
like-
rolling
like-
a 3, that's not bad. I'm just
He
throwing
does
it
the
out there.
kids like half cartwheel and then just fall over. Like,
My fucking glaive gets stuck in a bush, and I'm just like yanking it out halfway through the cartwheel.
Oh man. Okay.
I'm just imagining the fat guy tuba sound as I'm watching all this. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh god. Okay. All right. So we'll get. Where was it you wanted to go, Donlin?
Haldoon's the master of arms. He, if there's any like
That's right.
useless shit from the pillages, he probably has it.
Don't
Useless to the
forget-
giants, not useless to us. 'Cause,
Don't forget, we still have that drinking later.
yeah, that's where we're going. Because somebody's got to drink off that frostburn.
seem to have warm beverages. That might be.
No, but alcohol warms the soul. He'll at least be warm when he gets to Thrym.
Really?
I mean, his body won't. His soul will.
So eventually you're taking the hike towards the gate, back where you came, just retracing your steps, now covered over by snow. You find the wooden gate, the portcullis, and you're just kind of stand there as you do two giants that were feasting on themselves. And you're finished. Just stare at you as you make your way into the undercover area where the two towers flank. You hear the large movements and shifting of the core wood and the crash of one of them as they land down to the other side, shakes the very earth. And then it just grabs onto the gate, lifts it up for you. You're able to pass through.
Did this motherfucker just climb over?
Nearly 50 feet this palisade wall is. Climbed right on over it. You begin to walk through, making way in the direction of Heldoon, who is still educating some of these youth. Their education has now come to more of a end of practice. So it's Heldoon speaking out about what to improve on, what will happen the following day, what they're going to attempt to do, that sort of thing. As you begin to get closer, we have concluded. Go home, rest, drink. And I will not see you in the Great Hall tonight. Go home. No party. Bottom.
Damn, you guys sucked that bad today, huh?
Bring themselves up from a knee and they begin to walk away, discouraged. Then they begin to shoulder check themselves and snicker. Just children, even though they're giants to you. Heldoon turns around. Ah, you have survived. Tell me, of what great victory have you taken?
Yeah, we killed two of them little snakes.
You have slain
Bastard
two
things.
dragonlings. My.
Yep.
Would have been more, but we run into this issue where our lover over here, and I'm pointing at Jax, he only has daggers, so he has to get too close, and then they breathe on him. Doesn't go very well.
Maybe an axe is more suited to you. Heavier
I was
swing.
thinking maybe if you have like a trash pile, there might be a bow laying around from like an elf.
A bow your size.
Yeah, you guys not have
The
a
only
trash pile?
archers that we in Monseg have are those that ride on the longships. They are too great of a bow for you to wield.
Perhaps they could teach you how to throw those spears that they have.
That is
Nice.
born giant's magic. It will take many months of education to mastery that. But it is possible to learn it, as I'm sure your friend can attest to. You smallings can tap into our magic in some way. Only the dragon hunters of our kind are able to master that, and they do so to strike at the dragon, also be as light-footed in their approach. Wielding a great bow, arrows to accompany, would weigh you down.
Makes sense. Sorry, Jax.
All right, man. I'll figure it out. Maybe the next place we go to will have some normal sized bows for us.
Oh, you know who has bows? I know where we can get you a bow. We'll get you a bow.
Those
Not
are also
today.
quite simple to make. I'm sure you can just
Sure.
request something from Giant's Wood. Now that you've slayed two dragonlings, more than welcome to share this victory with others. You will gain pride. The halls of Thrym you might be destined without even perishing. Loyalty to Thrym is all. And that brings reputation and favors with the people of Monseg.
Lance, can you make a bow?
It's not terribly hard.
What about the arrows?
And-
Also not hard.
We've been talking about this for the last 30 minutes to an hour, Lance, and you're just now saying you can do this?
To be fair, he was kind of busy healing your grievous injuries.
Okay, fair.
And no one did ask
Fair.
him. We're looking to find one.
It's true. It's true. I kind of figured you were looking for something a bit better make, perhaps magical of sorts. But you're just looking for Monday one. That's not terrible.
I mean, Lance, I guess it's your choice. Do you think you can find the stuff to craft me a bow, or do you want to keep on healing me in fights?
Ugh. Why would that be a decision?
Those are mutually exclusive.
You were given our current track record. You assume that you getting a bow is going to preclude you from also getting your shit pushed in.
And to be fair, he heals you after the fights. It's me that heals you
Whoa.
during the fight.
Okay, so both those points are fair, but second, I didn't go down in this fight. I think that Donlin has still been knocked out more times than I have.
No, you're very
Servants
right.
of Thrym, Smarlings. After such a great victory, you fight amongst yourselves like children, instead
good
of
jest.
drinking and feasting to your great victory. This brings dishonor and disgrace to Thrym. You must uphold the number of tenets you are to be about the people of Monsag.
Sorry, it was in good jest. I apologize.
The
So-
hall is where we're headed next, because
The horn has blown, the drums are beating. The feast will begin at the Great Hall soon.
I can get my belt.
If you die of alcohol poisoning.
Get your belt. The king has
I'm only
challenged.
happy if I get a belt. Yes.
Been a long while since the king has challenged. But, in the course of the 2,000 years, the king has been victory to many competitions of mead. By
Wait,
count,
hold up.
in my mind, must be over 1,200.
So, OOC, giants normally don't live that long, right?
That's correct.
How doing?
Yes.
You said 2,000 years.
Aye.
So, is the king also of Thrym? Like, born of Thrym? Like,
The
Hold
king,
on.
Grimar Ylfing, is not born of Thrym. They were a giant born, served as Jarl, and then made king over the Pact of Nimso. It is a magical contract, born of vengeance against Javarig and their spawn. Till Javarig and their spawn are slain, the king will remain undying. I am such a giant myself. I have lived as long as the king. Others in the community are of the same. There is a term that we use, Olden Born.
Olden born.
That's a hell of a grudge to keep you alive for that long.
It is.
So if we were to slay Ethrin, we would in effect be killing all of you.
You do not kill us. This life is to serve Thrym, slay dragons, and in our service, we will then pass to the eternal life. In the Great Hall. Distant sky.
What about the other dragons?
We, by Thrym's divine might, we are tasked with slaying that of cold, frost. Is why we are immune to it. We are key. Other giants live throughout the world to slay their kindred dragons.
Be little rat bastards inside with their dragon. Fuck. Dicks.
Alright, should we go lose to a giant in a drinking contest already?
Yeah, let's get drunk.
Have the utmost faith in all of us.
Much earned celebration. Good luck. You will need it.
Sounds like it.
I will see how your competition fares later. I must finish business here, and then I might partake myself. We shall see. How the moon is bright this night. Pulls on the beard. Farewell. Move away.
Alright, so guys, what's our plan for winning this drinking competition?
I can try to make a little suggestion, but I don't know how that would work, or if giants. I don't think that'll work.
Are you suggesting that he gets drunk? Is that
Exactly. I don't know how I would even word that without it. And plus, if he would find out that I did that, that'd probably be bad.
yeah?
So
Let's
I
not
don't.
get killed. We're gonna move on to the next idea. Who else has? an
Yeah,
idea?
I don't think magic's a good
You
idea.
should probably
So-
just eat all of the bread in your bag before we get there.
That would make you violently sick and probably disqualify you. What I would propose is
But it would
if
be amusing.
that is one possible outcome, yes. What I would propose is making you tend to make yourself large. Could you do so again? You're competing against someone with significantly more body mass. So if they're, it takes a significantly more to make a giant drunk because of their size than you. So if we can make you larger, you would at least be on equal footing with them.
Or I have the bag of holding. Is there somehow we can take each drink and pour it into that without them knowing?
Toss it over the shoulder.
That way it doesn't leave a mess and we just look like we're drinking.
I don't like any of these ideas.
Jax, you are proficient with procuring items. Perhaps if he gets drunk enough, you could just abscond with his belt.
Let's also
Wait,
not
I mean-
steal
wait.
from them. We need them.
Yeah,
I have
if
an
I could use
idea.
Magic, why would we steal?
There's an old dwarven party trick we used to use. It's a special type of mug that it kind of nullifies the alcohol inside. We call them a tankard of sobriety. Of course, if normally you would give it to someone you don't like, and then they would never get buzzed and they would pay too much for their drinks trying to get shit faced. But
The downside with
Where do
that
we-
is it's still
So,
the
OC
volume.
So OC, remember the king is still charmed in a capacity. You don't know particularly why they're being charmed, right? But they had a twist, a turn of the personality that had good favor and good faith. You don't want to ruin that or muddle that by doing something that would otherwise undermine that.
that is true.
Now, remember what they were before they had a switch in personality. Remember what they said about the Bane of Erithun, okay? Just remember that there is hundreds of frost giants. Some of them Oldenborn dragon hunters able to take down dragons by themselves. Okay? You try to cheese this, and then something happens with whatever switch personality that they had, you will lose potentially all connection, or even worse yet, your lives.
This is true.
Yeah. But the problem with your
So-
plan anyway would be volume. Can you still even outdrink water to a giant?
That goes back to my original idea of making him larger.
But okay, so first off, two problems with this plan. One is, where are you going to get this tankard of sobriety,
I'd have to make it.
and how long will that take?
I don't know. I need to think about what supplies I'd need to get.
Well, because we got like
And
Oh, the
we
horn's
get there.
blowing.
yeah, and
Ah,
yeah.
Or
this
never.
is a good point.
So the only thing that I can offer, Donlin, if you are acceptable to it, but I don't want to ruin any goodwill we've built toward this king, since he did have a change of heart quite suddenly through our conversation, is to potentially try with a distraction, so that they're looking other places, to switch out tankards at some point, so that after he drinks his full tankard, he'll have another full tankard in front of him, unbeknownst to him. That's the only thing that I can offer, guys.
So what happens if
Yeah,
we just
that's not gonna
lose
work because his
again?
tanker is gonna be real big.
Remind me again. What if we just lose?
We never got to that part. He just mentioned that if we win, there's a belt, so I wanted a belt.
I believe there is no penalty for losing. You just simply do not gain anything.
I mean, we don't want to piss him off. I don't want to attempt magic on him. We don't want to attempt stealing from him. So we could just do a straight up try, and if we fail, then I mean, whatever. At least we drank to the foam, right?
Lincoln killing the dragon lanes.
True.
Yay. Oh,
Hold on. I just thought of something else we could do, but Donlin's not going to like it. Or can anybody make some type of a poison that I could slip into his cup that would maybe
Nope.
knock him
Not
out?
going there.
We're
Oh my
going to
God.
drink.
Can you imagine
That
the
is
sheer volume of poison it would
so
require
great.
for someone so large?
No.
You don't use gallons. Of
Like, blip, 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 blip,
I
blip,
don't
blip,
know.
blip,
I don't
This
know
man pulls out a
how.
pony keg of poison to throw it.
That's fucking great.
I don't. Yeah, but there's more potent poisons than others. I don't know. I mean, I don't know anything about
You
poisons.
trying
at
to
all. It's
kill
not-
him?
No, I said knock him out. Just knock him unconscious,
Nah,
like he was
we'll
drunk.
Just drink. We'll see what happens.
If we lose, then let's be honest. Dolan's the one that's gonna be drinking the most. He's not exactly our most strategic mind anyway, so it's fine. No
yeah,
offense,
I'm
Donald.
hungover 5 times out of 10 anyway. More like 9
Yeah.
times out of 10,
You've
but
been training
counting
for
is
this
hard.
event your entire life. It's
I got ironically I have more money on Lance than I do Donlin, but that's just me.
That hurts
I
my
feel
soul.
like that's profiling.
Oh, 100% of profile.
That is true. Lance, how much can you drink?
I mean, I'm not bad at it.
Not more than me.
Yep. The profile pays off.
Should we go drink?
Yeah, let's
I
go
need
get
a
drunk.
drink at this point.
Okay.
Let's go.
So the drumming has stopped. The horns have stopped. You are now late to the party. Going through your
Okay.
series of deliberations. So we're beginning
Fashionably
to
entering.
fashionably late, as they would put in modern culture.
Yep.
Begin to come into the Great Hall after navigating through. There's still giants out here. Everyone's going to the Great Hall to attend to the feasting, but there is a large majority that are going and ramming themselves into that large space, getting themselves situated with their own pyres of fire at certain times and these other facets of their culture. I'm going to go and create some ambience of sound.
This is
I
not
think
gonna go well.
I think any sound that I have on here, because this is all sound that I had on here before the update, is like bugged out for me, which is kind of interesting. So I have to like
Oof.
recycle them. Well, I call on a different. It's fine. It's not oof. It just have to like close out and then restart it. Not a big deal.
Good drinking music. So as you pass into the Great Hall after navigating through the series of frost giants, some of them have large pyres built up with the logs burning. They have their own tables pitched up, their own sections for drinking of mead. There's some of them that are currently handing it out. They're selling it. So there's wagons in here with these large mammoths that they're using to pull some of their wagon work and things. These mammoths are huge in terms of their size, in addition to their wagons. There might be traders that come, not from Monsag, but maybe other communities that still exist outside of this place with frost giant culture. One of which was hinted at because they have longships, and you're not on the shore here in Monsag, so they must have another village, town, or something there on the shores and due north of here from some trail. This information, right, is not anything that's pertinent to you, unless you wish to use one of the longships to sail, which are quite interesting to take.
As you come through, you can see that they have a little setup for you. A large grand chair with a king pitched. Massive large massive cask of mead already ready to go. You have horns upon the table, and you have an assortment of foods here. Large monstrosities, most likely the dragonlings that you had killed, now roasted down, ready to eat. A variety of berries and other sorts of interesting tundra fruits, and thick root vegetables. There's also fish, large, massive fish they might pull out from the icy river and the fjord that lies north. You come into scene as everyone's drinking, enjoying themselves around the king. These are Monsag particular giants that would be here. Most of them dragon hunters, having their own exclusive banquet tables around this sunken den of lava. King currently is sitting on their chair, feasting. Heart's delight, a variety of things. The servants come and they go. They notice you, Paul, as you come through the crowd. They stand tall with a roasted leg of meat. Ah! You have come! Rip off a large piece. They take a step over their table and a step down into the den. A step over the lava pit. Putting a leg up slightly on the stairs. They look around to all of you. You have come back.
You said there was a drinking competition.
There
It'd be rude
is.
to turn down a competition.
I have established an area suited for all of you smallers. A task that took some time, but my servants are many. And even though giant fingers are thick, large, we were able to come up with something. It's quite extraordinary. And it's for all of you. See them stare at you, Kanan, smiling.
Your hospitality is greatly appreciated, friend.
Shall we commence with the competition? Or do you need time to settle in and fill your bellies before Giant's meat strikes?
I'm ready.
We ought to just get to it.
suppose.
Let's get to it then. I like this. See them come and sit down into their chair. Clapping twice. Large horn begins to be delivered to them. They begin to reach over, filling it. Massive cask. Frothing. I contemplated having a small horn such as yourselves, for fairness. I figured I would drink my own size, make it an even play. Oh. Well, what are the wagers for this? I
knew he was
put
gonna want something.
my belt of strength. Trinket given to me by Thrym themselves. Chanted with giant's blood. Slay dragons. The wielder, the bear, will have the strength of me. Strength of my kind. Cherish this. I expect something offered up as equal. What say you?
Before we do that, out of curiosity, the rules. You said you're gonna drink your own, so is it by cup, I'm assuming, or by amount?
Ah, we will drink till the horn is empty, and we will refill, and we will drink again, matching horn to horn. Whoever falters from their chair, collapsing onto the hard stone floor, will be out. You have the odds in your favor. There is a number of you.
It's hardly worth it, but it was, or hardly an equal exchange, but it did take considerable effort for us to kill some of those dragons. What have we forfeited? the spoils of one of those kills, or perhaps both.
Yeah. We did just kill 2 dragonlings in Storval. Suppose you could use the parts.
I have, well, a giant. Smiling at you, Cain. A giant could always use more parts of dragon trophies. You slay dragonlings. Storval. Did you meet Heldoon?
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
They did.
That was that old bastard.
A great old bastard, that's for sure. Love him.
He was yelling at some of your younglings. It was kind of funny.
Yes. Well, Heldoon has seen many battles and wars across the shores of this world. They are a great Sakaar, and of the finest giant ever known.
Wonder if he'd teach me a thing or two.
I will accept your wager of these trophies from your kills. Bring me great honor. Shall we drink?
In Thrim's name.
In Thrim's name. Raises skull. Gets down the horn. As they down the horn, you all drink yours. And everyone roll Constitution saving throws.
Would this be considered against poison for the dwarven resilience?
Yes, it is against poison, so you have advantage for poison.
You said saving throw?
You are not immune to it. So yes, it's a saving throw.
Donovan, you had one
Look
job.
at this! Oh my goodness! We got a 22, we got a 14, we got an 18, we got a 15, we got a 16. You're all down at sweet and supple, with a little bit of bite. It's the finest mead you've ever drank. Nurtured to perfection. It is strong, riddled. Get one drunk quite quickly. You all feel fine. Surviving the effects.
Just gonna look around. Out of curiosity, guys, before we get really hammered, if one of us wins, does the winner get the belt? Out of us?
I mean,
Was that
I
up to
think
the
we
one?
can
that can,
Suppose.
discuss that later, but
yeah, that can come later. This is assuming we win, which is a
Yes.
tall order.
Ugh. You
He's
all,
won 1,200 drinking competitions.
you're getting ahead of yourself, Smalley.
And
That you
indeed
could
we
best
are.
me. Another thing.
Actually, I'm wondering if I can do this without it being. If I use unsettling words on him.
There's a verbal component
That's
that will
a-
be
that's a
used.
I know.
And you are insulting
And
them. That's
no
part of the.
point.
Part
Yeah, you're right. So no.
He'll never notice you fucking
You'll never
suck.
notice.
You can't outdrink a Smalling. Pathetic.
So, as they raise their horn after refilling it, they then begin to pour a little bit of their horn into each of yours to spread, then topping themselves off. They raise it up again. Skull,
Oh,
the first tenant, Thrim. Death to all dragons.
here's to
Honor
that.
to all
Huzzah!
dragons. Downs. One more. Constitution saving throw.
Jesus, I'm rolling like crap.
Nope.
As the Constitution saving throws roll in, we now come to some hidden rules of drinking competition. The king has rolled a natural 20. Upon rolling a natural 20, you'll get one save, in bonus to the one save you already have. The king now has 2 saves that they can get for free. You all have 1 save to get for free to save yourselves from falling off your chair, collapsing into the floor, to rally yourselves for another drink. King has succeeded, has 2 rounds to your name. Going through the Constitution saving throws, we have 2 failures. Lance and Jax, you have both failed to meet the mark. Gonlund, you have barely succeeded. You down the horn of mead. Sup. Lance, Jax, failure. You rally, pulling yourselves back from the chair after faltering, swaying from side to side. You are drunk. The effects of this mead are like no other. Potentially increased just for the competition. King's favor. Begins to refill the horn once more. Pouring into a little bit each of yours, repeating itself.
You know-
King, so.
King,
Yes.
are you going to be able to make it? You look quite tipsy.
Oh,
I'm sure
I
you feel all right.
am feeling just fine.
I'm quite certain the floor seems to be getting ever closer to you, don't you think? I do so love it when my friends enjoy themselves to the point that they just completely mess up.
We will see who will lie on the floor. As for you, I hope not, but perhaps you will. You see through the charm, Caden. They are a very resilient creature. It'd be very difficult to persuade them to do anything. They are in a state manner of their own. They'll deem hostile or deemed against them. Perhaps they will be out of their charm. Any persuasion that you attempt to do here, try to subdue them in the competition, will have to be something great. They raise horn once more.
Out of
Skull.
curiosity,
Oh. Curiosity.
before we do
That's
another
fair.
savings throw, if I use the Bardic Inspiration on, I'm going to use that on both the people still in, so Donlin and Kanan.
You're also in.
I can't
You're
do it on myself.
Oh, well, yeah.
So, if you Bardic Inspire, just know that you are using some form of component to actually do it. So you're going to be inspiring somebody some way, which is something you're going to have to role play, right? You're going to say something you're going to do. There's not actually magic being casted. It's a feature kind of thing. You can only do 1 Bardic Inspiration per. So now that you're here, we're not going to backtrack. We're not going to retcon. Got to think
No,
about
it's
that. Got to think about that before. So you can inspire 1 person before you drink. Who's going to be?
Okay, so I'm going to start with Kanan first.
Okay. Cover press T for target and inspire just like you know.
All of us are still in, right? It's just that Lance and I have used our
That's correct.
quote-unquote
You've used
saves.
your save,
Okay.
your rally. You have no morale.
guys are
so if you
looking
fail,
drunk.
You are. Yeah, you're basically drunk
Yeah,
now,
well-
but you're still at the
yeah.
table.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So the Bardic Inspiration has been applied. Kane, inspired by
And,
your friend.
And as before the next drink, he's going to be like, Kanan, may Paylor look down onto you to win as well.
I'll drink to that.
Ah, rival deity, another god.
Yeah, his sucks.
Hmm.
He
To
does,
Thrib.
but I really want that belt.
No one compares. Skull against it down. Oh, another save.
Jesus. I don't think I've rolled above like an 8.
So
Yeah, well,
as we get the saves in, Donlin, you have failed. Jax, you have failed. Pip, you have failed. Caden, you have succeeded. Lance, you have failed. Lance and Jax, you both crash from your chairs, drinking your 3rd horn of mead. You're laughing, uncontested. Space around you is disappearing. And then you falter, blacked out, collapsing, unconscious. Pip, you use your rally to bring yourself to drunk. Donlin, use your rally, pull yourself to drunk. You're only going to get further You're only going to need higher checks from here. Increases every time you drink. Caden, you still stand sober as a bird. So does the king. Yet to use any of their rallies. Goblin, you're hanging on. See as the king begins to refill again, pouring it out. Seeing two of your friends falter down. Ha ha! Two of the Dragonling Slayers have faltered. Must be tired from all of that war and battle. Are we ready for another?
We are, and then I'm going to use Bardic Inspiration on Donlin this time. And I'm going to say, you can kill a Dragonling, you can drink the beer. For me, keep going, my friend.
Cheers.
Yes. Drink until every drop cuts your lips and down your gullets. Skull! Pulls it back. Begins to drink once more.
Well, glad I got that off when I did.
Oh my
Jesus.
gosh, these rolls. Oh my god!
I am
Oh,
rolling
no.
so bad.
Oh. Man.
Oh no.
Look at these rolls, man. So, as we go to the fourth round of mead drinking, see the king drinking it back, completely unfazed. This is just another day in the office for the king, taking down giant after giant with their pact of Nimsaw. Fused with their deity's magic, they are chosen by Thrim. And as they down, they look upon the table. Caden, the natural one. That is going to take away your rally, just like a nat 20 give you one. Still at the table, drunk, swaying from side to side. And you are the only one left at your table. The other two have faltered, unconscious, toppling down. Godlin hiccuping a little bit. It's like old time. Brawled by giants mead, lavish at a table filled with luxury of food. I need you to go ahead and make an intelligence check. Five. Just on the end. You could swear right before you fall unconscious. Everything will be fine. You'll still enjoy this food because you know giants have a way of making sure that you just can't figure it out. And then the world is black and nothing. You see is Caden, you sway, still inspired. King refills, pours a little bit into your cup. Just you. How your companions have faltered. There is no shame in it. There is no shame for you.
Nor would there be for you if you were not able to complete.
Such passion. I would expect that from you. Shall we see where this one goes? Raise it. Skull. Friends.
Indeed.
Drinks it.
Ooh, big roll.
22. You come through. The big roll. Getting yourself a success. Fortunately for you, the king has rolled another natural 20. And it's rallied again.
Oh my
This is rigged.
god.
3 rallies
This is
and
rigged.
success. I can snip at the nat 20 if you want. Actually, I don't even need to snip it though. I think there's a way I could reveal it. So you all know what you're up against. in
I'd
terms of
rather he hit
modifiers.
them now than on the dragon. You know, it's fine.
Yeah, that is fair. Get rid of, yeah. We already did that once.
All right. Now you saw it, now you do. I think I'm not rolling cheese in this game. Get out of here. Refills it again. You stay at the table.
I honestly expected this Giants mead to have a bit more kick.
You speak like a true giant, and you are blessed by Thrym to stay at the table. Perhaps we'll be great allies in the war to come.
I look
Yes?
forward to marching on the dragon by your side, King.
Yes. Skull! To the death!
Great victory.
The great victory. Let's drink it down.
Oh no.
Hey,
Bro, what is with our rolls?
12. Cannot beat the king's 30. Begin to falter down
Jesus.
from the table. The world becomes black. As you begin to fall down, the king gracefully lowers their hand down to catch you, letting you gently rock back into the chair. And then begins to shake you awake. Charm has an effect. You have another in you.
Believe I might. Yes, sir.
You see them eyeing you, squinting the eye, looking down. Make a persuasion check.
Well, that was almost a 20.
It almost tilted on my end.
What I was looking for. You see something in their eye, as if they would make this the final drink, perhaps. Make it easier on you. Then they resolve themselves. That wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be honorable. Thrym. To keep going. You will. Let us hope. Begins to refill. Skull! Natural 20.
Let's fucking go.
As you succeed and gain a rally, it seems the king has done you a great favor. King has also needed a rally, faltering drunk. You see them swaying from side to side, the DC of this getting incredibly high on the stage. See them moving themselves left and right. You are still here! Another begins to raise,
Indeed.
grabbing the cask, refilling it, looking towards you, shaking their heads. They down it once more.
Kanan's just gonna like artificially make himself sway back and forth as he's talking to the king. Just
Start trying to do hypnosis on him.
yeah, just like make it seem like the
will
room is
be
moving more.
drunk.
Kanan, you failed. But you have a rally.
Oh my
Cling to the
God.
table with a natural 20. The king has failed, using the last rally as well. Comes down potentially to this one round. You see
It's gotta be like a decent
them grabbing the
5 now.
chair. This must be the closest it's ever been. 2,000 years. I have never been challenged like this in my own hall. You have bring great honor to me. And for that, you'll be rewarded, even if you will not get this belt. Score! At Thrym's third tenet. Celebrate. Always. After each
shall.
battle. Throw it down.
Let's fucking go.
With a
No,
26.
yes!
DC
Kanan.
25?
You have succeeded. Continuing yourself, barely. The DC is 26. You have succeeded.
Oh my
Breaking it
god!
down. And you can see the king with a 13. Dribbling the horn as they falter down, slightly back into their large chair that begins to teeter
Let's
back,
fucking
faltering as they crash down into the cask of meat, smashing it and the chair together.
Never
You have
been
been
so proud of a
victorious.
man of Palor.
Inferior god, who dis? Paylor was like straight up warping the alcohol straight out of his
teleporting
stomach.
out. Yeah.
So, Kanan, you have succeeded in the drink competition. As you stay swaying from side to side, the food and the bounty, the table is yours. First dibs.
I believe I'll have some dinner now.
Servants begin to come from the areas around the Great Hall that surround the crowding of the giants. They begin to have a ladle filled with some sort of substance, a liquid. It smells very pungent, sour, bitter. They begin to spoon it into the king's mouth. Who begins to recover from their drunkenness. They are sober now. Same ladle is spooned off of the fingertips of these giants, ending each of your conditions.
What? What happened?
Did I win?
In your heart.
You see,
I'll
as the
take it.
king begins to arise. That has been the first 2,000 years that anyone has defeated me. As promised, to the victor goes the spoil. Begins to unclip the belt. As they begin to take the belt, begin to pull it down towards you, made of thick leather and hide, filled with draconic scales, but also fur of various animals. There is, at the center point, a symbol of Thru. 2 axes crossed over. A large head of a humanoid yelling into the skies. Begin to lower down towards you. And as they do that, the belt begins to have a mind of its own. It knows who the owner is. Begins to shrink down, the size of a medium human. Placing it neatly between 2 fingers upon the table, crashing over some of the goods. They stand tall, still overcome by the mead and of the potion, the elixir that was given to them. I will let you die. Drink more merry. There will be more of what was given to you if you are too drunk to taste your food. I have business to take care of. Now that we are allies and friends, I will have news for you in the morrow. As custom in our culture, you will drink, you will feast, and perhaps you will fuck. Looking left and right, giants that linger. Now, having eyeballs raised, potentially. And you will sleep here. As will all giants in the Great Hall this evening, this night. We will drink, feast, we will fuck, and we will sleep. All right where we are. Enjoy! Blessed by Thrym you all are.
It has been an honor, King.
Lower their head down, they begin to stride, heading north.
Alright, now Kenan, put that belt on. Let's have an arm wrestling contest.
All right. Why?
Before we get into any further shenanigans, we're going to go and take a break. 10-minute break. Watching the stream this much, really appreciate it.
We got the belt.
Yeah, we got the belt.
Hey, buddy.
Successful drink competition. If you're watching the stream,
Barely.
thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Come back at about 7:41 p.m. PDT. And hope you catch us when we return. So, bye.
Bye, chat.
All right, welcome back. Staying with us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Now we're getting settled into our meal. As you're sitting down upon your chairs, picking yourselves up, questioning how exactly Caden had done this. Characters here, but just kidding.
Did we? I don't think any of us questioned it.
I don't think anybody questioned.
I was unconscious, so
Everybody was
was-
unconscious.
I was
Very
about to say, buddy.
inspiring.
The belt is there, right, for the taking. Food served on wooden platters. Very family style. There isn't really any plates or cutlery to divide. You're really just kind of ripping apart the food and eating it from your hands. You have your horns of mead, casks nearby, ready to be filled from them. You need company to a giant to help you. But, alas, you have your own space. No giants are they're giving you your space in a way. No one's really crowding you right now. You've done something that a lot of giants have not been able to do. In fact, the majority of them have not been able to do. Yet you've done it. And that in itself earns respect. And through that respect, they give you space. And don't stomp upon you.
All right, Kanan, put the belt on.
Bit gauche, honestly.
Hey, don't disrespect my deity like that.
Don't do it.
He's mighty and powerful, just perhaps style is not his greatest skill.
I mean, if you don't want the belt, you can just say so. I'll take it.
No. He won it. Me and him are going to have an arm wrestle now.
So the belt of
Fair.
giant strength, this is a belt of frost giant strength. As for you, increases strength score to 23. That needs to be attuned. Gauntlet, I need you to make another intelligence check. You are aware one of the utmost held in regard tenets of Thrym. It is a law of Thrym. Whoever wins, they claim. In order to get that item, you would have to best Kanan in a contest of similar pursuit or battle. If you uphold the law, that is.
Yeah, so I told him to put it on. I didn't want it. He won it. He had a belt. I just wanted to see how strong he was.
Just giving it to you, so you know. That's all.
That's
Because
fair.
you know Thrym. That's all. It's like a religion.
Yeah,
I
no.
should honestly make you roll religion, but I think it's the same roll for you. So
It might be higher. Did I
Kanan-
take proficiency in religion? I did not.
Kanan didn't know that, but had an assumption along those lines. So, like, even if we decided to swap a rule later, he wasn't going to do it in front of the giants. Be like, oh yeah, here.
Oh yeah, no. I would have told you we had to fight.
That seems like a waste of resources.
But it would have been fun. I want to see your
I'll-
tentacle thing again.
oh my god.
you romance scene.
Yeah, I went there. I went there.
About that. Get a room.
I just wanted to see how strong it made you.
For the purposes of drinking and eating, can I attune to this so that I can arm wrestle Donald?
Yeah, you can attune if you want to arm wrestle. All right, strength checks. Hello there.
This value is being modified by an active effect.
Oh, now I get the good rolls.
Is that what it says?
Yeah, well, what if I mouse over my strength?
Ah.
So, yeah, I'm not sure that it worked. Takes some time, I think.
Yeah, you might have to spend some time with it. Maybe say a prayer to Thrym. I'm sure Paylor won't mind. It's fine. Maybe it only works if you believe in Thrym, you know?
No, I mean, I believe he exists. I've
I'll
seen
just have to-
evidence of that.
Win that off of you later. It's fine. How did you pull that off? You don't look hardy.
Divine Constitution.
I like to think I had a little inspiration from yours truly help.
I felt a warming encouragement right before you slipped into unconsciousness.
You know, I had to just throw that out there for you guys.
I think you might be confusing correlation with causation.
Listen here.
Felt a reassuring presence as he slipped into unconsciousness.
There was definitely some divine intervention, I'm sure. Taylor's
Plus,
light and all that nonsense.
the king and I are great friends now. He's quite a reasonable fellow. At least for another 3 hours or so.
Well,
That was a
guys,
very specific time. Do we need to leave?
No, I just suspect we'll all be asleep by then. He may
Yeah,
not
but,
wake
like-
up in the same mood that he went to sleep in. Sometimes you wake up cranky. Tired.
But like, he's a giant. He's not gonna go to sleep in the next 3 hours. So like, is
I
he
do
gonna
not-
get angry drunk with us? Like, what are you?
Not to my knowledge, not unless you do something to make him upset.
do we need to leave before the morning?
What the hell I was asking?
Wow. I don't believe so.
A lot of confidence in that.
Well, I can't claim to know what anybody in this room may or may not have done at any given point. I am not currently aware of any reason that we should flee.
Oh, hey, Kanan, since you're so good at like not dying to poison and stuff,
Hmm.
I found this glowing bottle. I'm gonna pull out the potion that I got from the Duke's Manor. What do you think happens if someone else drinks this?
Suppose that depends entirely on what it is.
It was in the Duke's Manor. It was shiny. It was glowing, so I picked it up.
If I had to wager a guess, I'd say Lance might be a bit better at figuring that out than I am.
I can show you.
Just remember to waft, don't inhale.
Yes.
I'm not even sure if Lance is a real dwarf after that drinking contest fiasco there.
Yes. Well, it certainly wasn't my finest moment.
Let the record show I outdrank a dwarf.
That you did. I am actually quite impressed with you.
We have half elves are pretty good ourselves.
But yeah, Lance, you think this is poisonous? If not, I'm gonna drink it.
Right now?
I mean, we're celebrating. I have a random drink. May as well drink it.
What would that be? Maybe a poisoner's tools check or an alchemist tools check, or just taste test it?
Well, if you're going to attempt to figure out if it's poison, you will roll a medicine check. And if you do have proficiency in a tool, you can use a tool to cover that as well. So the tools are,
I have either.
yeah. So you're doubling up at that point. So you just got to use one or the other.
I'll just use it's still not my finest moment. Damn, I'm not rolling well.
Yeah, 14. The concoction in nature, the color as well as the smell would make you believe it is not poison. It is not a caustic brew by any means. The color is off.
Well, doesn't seem to be, but I would take it slow just to be safe. Maybe one sip at a time.
All right, cool. Donald's gonna chug it.
Okay, well, that's certainly a sip, I suppose.
Oh my god.
All right, so Donlin, you drink a potion of mind reading. Drink the potion in the effect of the Tech Thought spell. Potion's thick. Liquid is coagulating in your throat. And in fact, it doesn't actually pass into your belly. It begins to seep into your vessels, your throat, transferring up to your brain, powering psionic abilities towards you. You can now hear the surface thoughts of all those that are around you, which just happens to be your party.
Whoa, this is trippy.
Are you seeing something?
Hey, Kanan, what's your favorite sandwich? Did you mute yourself? I saw your lips move.
No, I was probably just talking too. I was being introspective. Stage whisper. Said I can't remember the last time I had a
Stage whisper.
sandwich.
You hear the mind ring out, Reuben.
Oh, this is cool. No, I can like hear your thoughts. It's kind of interesting.
You can hear thoughts?
Yeah, Jax, what's the secret you keep?
I think we call that acid.
What's the secret I keep?
Not the secret, but a secret.
A secret?
Yeah.
Oh, that I really know how to use these daggers.
Yeah, I saw that. That's fair.
You hear the mind ring out. Nothing.
It's trained. I like this guy.
Oh.
Yeah, Donlin's gonna get distracted and just go around and start listening to people's thoughts. Their surface
I knew it
thoughts.
wouldn't last more than 2 people with Donlin.
Donlin, you're just gonna go into the crowd, Giants, and start listening to thoughts.
Yeah, he's just gonna like jump over people's feet and stuff. Just like
Okay.
listen.
All right. Is anybody else doing anything? Just enjoying, relishing the food here. It's good. It's not, nothing that you would get from a noble tavern, bar, wine bar, and it is delicious, especially considering all of that you have been
Rustic.
rustic. I think that's even a kind word to use.
Archaic cooking. It's okay.
Nobody else?
Fire and meat.
Okay.
Nothing from me.
So, Donlin, two things happen. The first thing is that your mind rings, hearing the surface thoughts. It becomes very apparent that there was quite a contest within the minds. Very simple, some of these giants' minds might be in terms of their pursuits. Some speak ill of the king. Different colors of the Jarl painted upon them. They speak as if the king has failed. Ithrin has ran amok, and they have done nothing. They would not speak of any sort of overthrow of the throne. Usurp. No, the words speak of an abandonment. Act of Nimsong has hold these giants together, and if they cannot reign victory over Ithrin, what good is the path? Find their own ways. And the views of some of them are on the raids as well to the summer. If they are still fighting this dragon, they will not be able to raid. No treasure, no hoard. No further prospects, future. Other giants are far more welcoming to the king. Some of them, and most of them, thoughts. They read to you as olden. True believers. They all are celebrating, having pleasant celebrations between them, even if they might in their minds be at contest with each other in their beliefs at current. Because what unifies these people are dragons. Not just dragons. Defeating them, slaying them. And if they can't defeat a dragon, they can't slay, then there is no reason for them to be a people. Then as you're making your way, you hear an intrusive thought. Something that catches your mind, and you begin to look. And you see a giant beginning to pull themselves towards you. A shaman-like character. Wearing a kilt of some kind made of the hide of a great mammoth. And other affixations towards the upper torso, with bonework and runic tattoos of giant, similar to those giant runes you call your own. They also have numerous amounts of piercings in the eyebrow and the ears as they work down, and a large tattoo that goes across one eye from top down. They kneel down towards you in the crowd of giants. Nice work, Smalling.
Thanks. What did I do?
Didn't you defeat the king, Grimar Ylfing?
No, that was one of my buddies. I didn't have the honor, unfortunately.
My mistake. Let's pick themselves up, and they turn around. They begin to walk away. And with the back of your
Does-
thoughts, you begin to hear the surface thoughts of them. Such a pity.
I'm gonna focus on that. And do the colors look similar to the ones of the people that were kind of like complaining about the king, or are these like completely different markings?
They don't have any colorations of any Jarl.
I think I would follow them out of just curiosity to see what they're doing.
Okay. Begin to follow, pressing through. Very difficult. Need you to roll athletics or acrobatics.
I'm good at one of these. I'm good at both of these.
Are
Or
you?
not. Clearly, I am not.
You're chasing the thoughts, but they become distant. Eventually, you can't hear them. And in the sea of giants, you are near trampled on. Stop weaving yourselves, trying to find this position. Some of the giants recognize you, picking you up, even though you don't wish it, holding you there. You defeated the king! Smalling, drink with me, please! You grab the horn, pushing it towards your lips. You drown in it,
Wait.
taking a large shower of it. Oh, apologies! It sets you down, shaking the earth as they crash violently from left to right, drunk. Ah, horn's not fit for someone like you. Why don't you beg yourself? Begins to drink more and almost crushes you again. Move away.
Hmm.
Realization is that you are in an area you do not want to be.
Yep.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, that's what Donla would go back to the group.
At that point, you begin to go back towards the group. And the Tech Thought spell is only a 10-minute cast, I believe,
Mhm.
right? So it's going to probably be ending at that point anyway. So we'll advance the time clock as well based on when you return back to the table.
Place is interesting.
Learn
Yeah.
anything cool?
I mean, nothing out of the normal. Some of the giants aren't happy with the king.
I can't please everyone.
I think he's failed them because they can't kill Ithrin.
Although if he had killed
Mm.
Ithrin, they'd all be dead. So I guess it really depends on how you measure failure.
Yeah, but it seems like the how did they put it? The Oldenborn, they actually seemed like they wanted to kill all the dragons. But it's like some of the younger folks that just want to abandon it. Like they lost faith in their Nimsong pack.
Hmm.
So
They wanted to
we
kill
might
him
ac-
despite the cost.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Thrym wants us to do. Thrym wants us to kill the dragons. He wants us to do honor in battle. That is what I have sworn my allegiance to. That's what my magic comes from.
Spent your entire life with a singular purpose. Regardless of the cost, you are willing to see that purpose through.
Well, I mean, you also have to think that, like, would you want to live forever when your goal is to literally just kill dragons, but then you can't even kill dragons, which is why you're living forever? Like, somebody ripped your purpose out and then said you had to live not being able to fulfill your purpose for the rest of your life.
So you think it's more of a curse? than a gift?
Yes.
Hmm.
At least that's how I see it, because I know, I just want to fight for honor and bring glory to Thrym. So if I could no longer bring glory to Thrym, that would not be. I
Like, if
wouldn't
you
be
could-
happy.
If you could live forever, but you were only allowed to knit,
Yeah, I would slit my own throat at that point. But
that's fair. That's probably.
there was also this. I hadn't seen him before. There was this like. They reminded me of a shaman. We had one in Clan Warsaw. But I couldn't keep up with him. They thought I had won the drinking competition. I think they think all Smallings are the same, which is a little bit rude, but it's fine. I get it.
Specious.
What did they want?
They approached me and asked me about beating the king, and I was like, nope, that was my buddy. And then they lost interest and started walking away, which I just found that weird.
I think they may have been hitting on you, Don.
I mean,
You did say fucking.
fair. I didn't think about that.
That could have been hazardous to your health, quite honestly. I'm not sure how that would work.
But yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not a Giants mind. I can't really get that big no more. Not a day anyway.
Can't get it up again today.
Yeah,
It'd be like that sometimes.
I can only do
Been
that
a
3
long
times
day.
a day. You know,
You know,
but 3 times a day is better than 0 times a day for getting it up. I'm just saying.
You're not wrong.
rocks fall, everyone dies. So, are we off tomorrow? What are we doing
Not really sure, to be honest.
in this world where nothing makes sense and nobody exists?
So the ways I see it, Kovog told us that Pip's stone weapon thingy isn't complete. We don't know how many more there are, but we probably want it complete to fight Ethern.
May very well be necessary.
We know that we found 2 pieces in High Rock in our world. The issue comes in there's a giant fucking valley where the dragons already attacked us once. Between here and High Rock.
Perhaps our new allies could loan us some more of those handy wolves. Got us here in the first place.
Maybe you can ask your new friend the king. Maybe he can get us there.
Seems like a reasonable request if we explain that we are arming ourselves for the coming battle.
Speaking of the oncoming battle, I've been thinking, since we fought the little dragonlings, I may have left out a little information that might be useful for us.
Oh,
now's the time
just-
to share.
Just since we fought the Dragonlings, huh?
Well, it'd be like that. One, this ring apparently communicates with Etherin. That's how the dragon knows we're alive. Also, apparently, we died in this world.
We didn't die.
Well, we didn't, but the boat we were on did. Presuming we were on it? Not exactly clear. He just said he thought at least I was dead.
How would you know that your ring communicates with him?
It just lit up and I started hearing his voice.
When did this happen?
Oh, it lit up, you say. Just randomly lit up.
Yeah, it's like a little kind of like a little thing, and I had to focus on it a little bit to see why it was lighting up, and then we just had a connection.
Is Pip lying about this?
Didn't
We'll
we
find
tell
out.
you not to mess with the ring or the stones?
I don't think you can roll a
I mean,
insight high enough to that.
I don't think. Yeah, I mean, we could do it.
Insight high enough to what?
His
Well,
deceptions.
You're
Keep in
more
mind-
than you're more than welcome to roll insight, but if no one's going to contest with a deception if they're not lying, or at least you have no evidence that they are lying. So, fair.
But I'm sorry. What was that last question, Lance? You're saying something?
Oh no.
So yeah, that's one. And so yeah, but the second one is apparently cold doesn't affect me now. Found that out too.
Well, that's handy.
But yeah, so yeah.
Well, there you have it, Jax. Just stand behind Pip, and you'll be fine.
Hmm.
But I
It's a
can't.
dragon breath shield.
Pip was
Nice.
nowhere to be found in the last fight.
So I was using my abilities, which was not getting in the dragon's face.
Oh, oh.
I was healing you and keeping you alive. Remember that? That's what I did.
I don't because I couldn't see you on the battlefield.
I'm not supposed to be seen. You could hear me though.
Mm.
Gods should be heard and not seen. That is entirely true.
Mm-mm-mm.
But yeah, I think I figured out how I could communicate with him back. But I don't know if that's a good idea.
Aldoon stop forward, horn inside of their hand, looking down. Bards, tales of war and battle. How does the night fare thee?
I beat a dwarf in drinking.
That guy beat the king.
You beat the king! By Thrim's beard, that's quite the honor. Congratulations.
I think.
This will bring much prosperity to you if you stay with Edmonse. I will let you all have a good evening. I merely made way to say hello. Farewell.
Actually, Aldoon, got a
What
question
did you
for
do?
you.
What?
You got any of those wolves?
I do not have any claim to a wolf.
Okay.
My pack perished. They fell in battle to Ether.
Another reason to kill that son of a bitch.
Ithrin
Man
has
killed
slain
wolves.
many giants and all wolves. Ithrin is cunning. Reminds me of Javarik long ago. Prodigal descendant of the great elder White Worm.
He's definitely rude, I can tell you that right now.
That rudeness is really a likeness to their youth. Most dragons are wild, hungry, and they mature, become more cunning and decisive. And then eventually, they are at the pinnacle of their power. Where all of that knowledge and that bravery is unparalleled. Combine that with their power and their strength and their size, they will cripple worlds. Is why us giant kind exist, to keep them in check.
Fair.
Anything else?
How does one come to be bonded with those wolves that you want? Is that earned through combat, or is it a animal friendship kind of a situation?
It's a good question. One I can answer. Are wolves. They are both giant, beast, dragon. All three. To bond one of them must slay a dragon, bleed its blood, and go through ancient ritual. Guardians of Thrym. They were protectors, who bring their souls into the wolves. Those that did not reach the halls of Thrym, but yet served their life loyally and honorably, and met some disgrace along the path. They are kept in a place between worlds, and through the wolves, they can achieve the Hall of Thrym once more. It is a great honor. There is a person type. There is a name, giant. I will not speak it. To you, you would know them as a shaman. They are the ones to perform this ritual, along with other magic, such as that of bringing down a giant. The runes that we use to gift us great power. They are few and far between. Only a couple of them live. They have been a focal point of Ithrin.
So if we were to slay Ithrin, as we shall, that is potentially a rite that we could undertake.
It is.
You're saying I can have a pack of wolves?
No, not a pack, just one.
Oh,
Wolves born. Those are natural.
that'd be cool still.
But if the Alpha, the leader of the pack, meets an end, they will disband and try to find new leaders that have also slayed dragons.
Seems like a powerful ally.
They can be. They are keen, sensing dragons from afar. Blood is imbued with their power. We use them to hunt dragons, to find them, and to aid us in other endeavors.
So I was talking to the one that we rode in on, and well, one, he said he was looking for a new master, but two, so he could possibly replace your old pack for you. I'm just saying. Two,
When did you hear
he
this?
said,
Yesterday?
yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. I guess it would have been
Yes.
this morning when we were shopping.
No,
it was-
that I was in search for a replacement of my pack.
Oh, I didn't know that you were in search. You mentioned that yours had died, so I just figured.
No, on the contrary, I am not in search.
Huh.
I will claim no pack, for I am no longer a hunter of dragons.
Well,
I
that's
only
fair.
train those type.
Okay. Well, my other question was, have you guys ever created ones that like have left the valley?
I do not know. It would be unwise. For in these wolves, there is a giant spirit that seeks redemption. For them to depart, they would live their lives alone, without eternal life.
What does it need to do to redeem itself? Kill a dragon? Seems to be a common theme around here.
Not only to slay a dragon, it is more about helping a giant that's quest is to slay a dragon. Give them guidance and a good hunt. That may lead to the death of a dragon, or it may not. One does not need to slay a dragon to get to the halls of Thrip.
That's fair. I was just curious because our boat was attacked by a red dragon, so I think we're gonna kill more dragons. So I was thinking maybe we could.
What do you mean your boat was attacked by red dragons?
Pip, you tell a story better than I do.
Yeah. So we were sailing across. Out of nowhere, the red dragon comes down and attacks not our boat, it attacked another boat. And yeah. And then later That's when we came across Ethrin when he, ran into the pub that we were at. That's 2 dragons we've met.
You have encountered 2 dragons, and they hunt you.
Well, to be
Spare
fair,
the
I've encountered more dragons. That's just the 2 that I've here. It gets complicated.
I know of this red dragon you speak of. Their name is Erithun. They are spawn of Berithun.
Every through?
Isn't that the name of that sword?
Yeah, a bane. Uh-huh.
Bend as well. Erithun, spawn of Berithun. They are a great elder. Powerful. And they are unchecked. Longships have reported. The giants responsible for slaying it have allied with it. Lan Wolzog.
Damn it, they did that in this world too.
Out of curiosity, where does he measure up with Ethrin?
Let me speak plainly. Erithun. If we were to wear Monsek, could slay all of us, and we could not fight back. It would take great effort to bring that dragon down, to slay them. We would lose hundreds in that battle. Ethrin could be slain by me, one of the other prized dragon hunters under Clan Monsek.
If it weren't for that lightning.
Correct.
So I got one more question for you.
I'm all ears.
Since it seems like we about to go out on the rest of the continent and probably end up having to fight more of these stupid dragons. What other giant clans are there that we could potentially seek aid from for killing the dragons they're supposed to be killing?
Well, let me bring up my notes.
Just pulls out a
Mike.
Rolodex. Like, well, there's Bob.
This man's gonna give me a full phone list. He's like, "Here you go, call this one up when you get to this part of the continent."
Allow me to consult the sacred yellow pages.
The sacred yellow.
like AA giants and then AAA giants.
Mm-hmm. Ask Michael a question he wasn't ready for. Cha-cha.
Man's always ready for something. He's just got to pull it up. There's a giant database.
That's fair.
That's so bad.
I'm also gonna type it out here, so it's a little bit easier when I talk about it. Could be. A little bit easier. There is Clan Hundar. They are stone giants, tasked by Thrym to slay Blue Dragon. Last I have heard, they have gone silent. No word spread. Their clan was territory to the northern Lavstir Mountains, nearby the Torval Pass. Pass that's known to your people, that brings Isbar to the Crystal Desert.
Okay. Anyone have a blue gem? I don't think we got to worry about a blue dragon.
Oh, I think we have a red gem.
These are also in separate folders and notes areas, so I have to pull each one out.
Need to get you that Microsoft Copilot when it comes out.
I know, right?
AI shit scans all your databases. You just type giants and it fucking pulls it all for you. Which is also creepy.
Welcome to technology as a whole.
That there is Clan Rock. They are hill giants. Goras Umbo. They have no giant asked to them, for they have been in retreat. Once lived in the Silindal jungle. They have been hunted, pushed away by what is known as Vodir. Goblins, hobgoblins, all mans of goblin. They are worshippers of dragon. Their people grew strong in the jungle, away from much that would pose a threat. Last I have heard, final blow to them migrating to the Gorazambo was by Romina, an elder green worm.
Elder
Do we have-
green one.
All different from us.
Yeah. All different from us.
Does no one have a? What color stones do you all have?
Oh, I mean,
Well-
I have the green one, so it sounds like
I got a white one, obviously.
Well, yeah.
What color stone do you have, Kaden?
I don't know. Sounds as though I may need to find one at this rate, though.
Yeah,
sounds like a blue one.
a lot of
I'll give a
dragons here.
Does anyone have a gold one?
That'd be me.
That's peachy.
Why does that mean something to you?
Well, in my world it does. I don't know about this one. You remember my universe was kind of gone, so everything I know about everything is kind of thrown out the window.
Oh, what did it mean there?
It kind of counts for all of us at this point.
That's true.
Clan Sicarus. They are cloud giants. They make their home in the upper reaches, in the clouds above Mount Zaramu in Krakos, an archipelago across the seas eastward of this world. They were born to rule over giants, giant kind. They were also tasked with once putting an end to the likes of gold and bronze dragon. But they became protectors and need not be slain. Clan Sicarus serves in the cloud above the mountain. We see them on our longships and raids. Every once in a while, give rule and thumb. They abide by the laws of Thrym. But the days of them slaying dragons has been lost. Maybe it will come again. It has been foretold in the cloud of the mountain. There is a congruence, a place to get to Thrym's domain, where giants go and come as they please.
Huh. That sounds kind of cool. Be fun to visit Thrym's Hall without having to die.
Would that not be quite a trophy for a dragon to capture? Doorway into the home of Thrym, the person that wants them all eradicated.
Maybe, but it may be easier said than done.
Assume, otherwise they would have done it already.
Sounds like that mountain's really big. Might not be a lot of air up there for them to, breathe.
Well, so far, all we know is there's a white dragon and a red dragon. We're here with the people to fight the white dragons, so apparently
And the
later
Kraken. Don't forget the
And the
Kraken.
Kraken.
Kraken, but that's not dragons. I'm not really counting him. Yeah. I don't think there's any giants tasked to take down a Kraken. Although I'm not a big knower of giants.
I asked the question. So we could all know my giants and my history as we honor Thrym.
But yeah, next we need to find the red giants.
No, the red giants are bad. We kill red giants.
Last but not least, may they rest in peace in the halls of Thrym, was Clan Solvar, storm giants. They ruled over much of this land from the Isle of Alazgi, which is known to your people as the Isle of Beskar. They challenged much bronze and brass dragons before they became protectors, along with that of Clan Sicarus. Clan Solvarg did not recover from the time that they were turned to protectors, rebuilding their clan for a fight that would yet to come in aid to others and their dragons. The elves arrived, colonized.
Well, that's rude.
It is. It indeed is. They gave their lives fighting. And their souls, they are in with Thrym, dining and feasting in the Great Hall. And there is no need for them. Well, there wasn't a need. But now I suppose there is. World could use Clan Solvarg. That is all I know. We are the only clan to take to the seas with our longships. Other giants have their methods. Clan Sikaros, cloud giants, need not a longship to travel. They have other methods. They ride clouds. Use them. Clan Solvark used to control and dominate wormlings, blue and brown. Grew them to adults. The elders who would ride them.
Giants riding dragons. That's poetic in a way.
Is there any more questions for me? As I went through pages of things in my mind.
I think that's all I had.
I believe we should probably let the gentleman drink.
That is fair. You did hard work training those youngins.
Yes, well, they have a fight ahead of them. And if they are to reach the halls of Thrym, they will need to do better than they are now. Someone must teach them the way.
That's fair.
Very well. Have a good night. I have seen the eyes of the crowd upon you. Begins to have a small grin on it. Begin to walk away, headed west.
We're entirely certain we're going to be safe sleeping on them.
I mean, I think they're more likely to take you and use you for pleasure than.
That's precisely what I meant. I'm not
I mean,
entirely sure the outcome of that would be any different than the outcome of a battle.
I'm all for new things, but that seems very dangerous. So yeah, what is the actual plan? Now that I've given y'all that.
Well, especially if this world's Ethrin knows that we exist, I suppose we have no choice but to find the rest of these stones so that we can kill him.
Which takes us
Perhaps.
back to High Rock.
Perhaps if we're
Which-
lucky, we can kill him before he tells any of the other ones that we're here.
I think they're all connected. Maybe. I'm not sure. But have you guys tried talking? I've already asked y'all to talk to y'all ring, and y'all said nothing happens, right? Yeah. So I don't know.
Maybe ours just aren't ready to talk yet.
True. True. He is very mean. Did not like him.
I mean, I can try again tonight. Maybe the alcohol will help.
I mean, if you guys want, I could talk to him. I don't know if you guys can hear what he says, but I think it happens in my mind.
Can he read your mind the way that potion let me read people's mind? Because if so, talking to him may not be the best idea.
Probably not.
Does he ever
You know-
ask you about your favorite sandwiches?
You did not. Although, I believe I can also look into his mind as well.
Wait, so he can look into your mind?
Yes. Well, he tries.
Oh, that's creepy. You should ask him what his favorite sandwich is, though. I'm curious now. We need to get
Sounds
Kane
like
and a
you're,
Reuben.
It sounds like you're playing with fire right now.
And more like
Nice.
Frost. I'm just saying, if you guys want a message to him, I can get him a message. He already knows we're alive. And I
I don't
might
have
be able to reverse it and find out where he is.
I
Like
don't know that
he
we
used the
care
ring
where
to
he
track
is
me.
until
I
we
guess.
have the means to kill him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't they tell us where his lair was?
I believe the Giants know.
Probably best not to fight him until we're ready.
Right.
True. I'm just saying, he could be, they're kind of cunning, some of them. Though he's more angry. Very angry guy.
But yes, I suppose then it's back retracing our steps.
And again, I
We'll have
suppose
to
he'll.
be well. We'll have to be careful how we announce our intent to depart with our new allies. They need to be aware that we're arming ourselves to kill the dragon. Otherwise, they may mistakenly think we're just fleeing.
That's
True. And when we make it back to High Rock, we gotta be sure to remember that they may not know us like we know them.
They almost certainly wouldn't if the boat was destroyed.
Things may also not be the same. So like the Duke may not be evil. We can still stab him because he's still probably an asshole.
True. It would help to know how much has actually changed in this world versus the one we came from, and I only have a year of knowledge on that being in this world, so that's where y'all come in.
Duke may not even be there.
Might not be.
Because I mean, what if the only change is we died?
Kalu, Kalon, the Duke, everybody may be different. I don't know. We have to go back there, but I think we all have to just realize everything is going to be, or can potentially be different.
Well, if your girlfriend is there, is it going to be sad for you to know that she no longer feels that way about you?
Nope. I'll be okay.
Good man.
Hmm. All right. So the plan is get up and go, or do we sneak out?
Oh, no, we tell them in the morning.
Yeah, I mean,
Tonight we drink.
I believe we probably could use Alona of the wolf service if we intend to go all the way back to Iowa.
Sound good to me. Killing either of them? Everyone?
Killing
So I'll
either.
drink to that.
Once we
I don't really
have
want
what
to
we
take him
need.
to the next city we want to go to anyway.
Also, it seems like we have more of these dragons, so we might be sticking around with each other for a while. Unless y'all want to go solo bit and try to tackle a dragon by yourself. Um, in a world that you have potentially no one knows who you are. Do we really want to keep our name? Thorns?
Well, maybe we could change it. That's what the Giants know us by, so could be worth keeping that, however.
I mean, I don't have a better idea right now.
If it is going to be such that we continuously are plagued and must kill dragons, then perhaps Dragon Thorn. A bit more of a ring to it.
Dragon thorns? Wouldn't it be thorns? Because each one of us is a thorn in the side of a dragon?
Something along those lines, yeah.
I can dig it.
Our icon can be a dragon paw with a thorn in it, kind of like that lion tail with a lion thorn in it.
I'm not sure there's any need to rush to come up with a name here, given that we just got here and this place is kind of all new. But
We don't
Well-
have to stick
it's
to it, but if
it's a good start.
If people ask, at least we have, so we don't just go,
Coming from an expert in stories and what names have, a good name will get us reputation, which will then open more doors down the road.
So you must always backstop your new identity with careful consideration.
And lie when you must. Yep.
It is a fair point because if, there are more dragons and there are no more chosen ones. Like, no one's expecting the chosen ones. Nobody knows who they are.
Well, at least they're not expecting them to be us. Presumably.
I mean, would you expect us? I mean,
No, not at all.
Well, didn't
You-
Balrugar say he wasn't expecting any chosen ones anymore? Like, that's why he burned Jax's poor book.
Whoa! I got the book back. Let's just say that Balrugar
You
was
did?
not.
When the fuck did that happen?
I told you guys about this last time. That the book came back.
I think you only told
I-
Kanan.
I 100%
Yeah.
told the whole group.
No, you 100% pulled Kanan to the side.
and I overheard everything.
Yeah, that's
That's
why
right.
Oh, is
Pip
that
was
what it was?
stalking you.
Oh, is that what it was? Is Pip overheard everything?
Yeah.
I thought the whole group overheard. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so the book's back. Don't worry about it. Balrugar's on our side again, but let's just say that, I mean, as far as naming goes, I don't think there's necessarily a rush for that. Thorns or Dragon Thorns or whatever we want to call ourselves would suffice at this point.
I say Dragon Thorns.
It's a temporary name until we change it later.
I mean, to be fair, once we take out all the dragons and live up to our name, we will obviously be called like the Chosen Ones or something special, but that seems a little arrogant.
No,
So,
I'm just gonna
on-
stab
or-
shit. So like, y'all call yourselves whatever you want. I'm just here to stab.
Stab shit
on-
just does not have the mouth feel of a proper
The
name.
stab shitters, the shit with stabs.
Stab shitters. Oh my.
On to more important things. I guess the next stop for us is back to High Rock again.
It would seem, unless you want to pay the dwarves a visit first, but our last encounter started rather non-amicably. It may be easier to see what's what in High Rock first.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't go back to the dwarves while I'm wearing this and I got their weapon on my back because they're gonna ask questions.
It might make them show you respect. Who know they're very strange.
That is true. But then how do we explain that I killed one of them for the other prince, but that other prince doesn't exist no more
I don't
because
I don't
this
think
guy
we-
killed a kid?
You do have a master at storytelling / lying. We'll be fine.
I think we have to keep the two timelines separate, if you will, or two realities separate, and we just have to act like we haven't been here before.
Just tell them if it came out that you met one of them on the road into a mine somewhere.
In other words, let me
Bested
do the
him in
talking.
in single combat.
And we just play this close hold.
All right. So we drink,
Fuck
have
it,
fun
let's-
tonight.
Let's go
Oh.
to this Isle of Beskar and resurrect all the storm giants.
Ooh,
I can get behind that plan.
I'm
I
actually
bet
curious.
you they have mad ragers.
That sounds
Yep.
like a terrible idea.
Don't
Think
see
about
those-
the
no.
alcohol you could make if you could control storms and grow your own corn.
I'd rather go see the
What?
cloud giants. Those are pretty
Tequila,
cool.
man.
I said the cloud giants would be cooler.
There's so much wrong with all of that.
There's a lot wrong. So,
I'm gonna go find an inconspicuous corner to rest and hopefully not be accosted by a large person.
Don't get stepped on.
Usually a good idea. Unless that's your thing.
I almost got stepped on walking around out there.
but don't
See, I
say
told
that.
you they were hitting on you.
He picks himself up. Wine. Walk to it. Like, you get a pass. The crowd notices your belt. Notice you. And they recognize that. Making what? Giving you. Find yourself in the area that somewhat open. A lot of the giants here are sleeping, passed out, drunk already. like increase the time, make it more relevant. Like eating, talking advantage. Large core wooden pit with trophies. Nearby pyre from warmth, stone floor, covered in hides and leathers. Bedroll. Darkness, shadows, slumbering of huge legs. Alone. Eyes
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
sleep
kinda.
here at the table.
You got kind of quiet.
Oh,
Yeah, you
Yeah,
got really quiet.
Your
Kinda
mic
broken up.
was.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, that's good. I was typing stuff. I forgot that I moved my mic.
I was gonna say it sounded farther away, but I was like, maybe he just.
Did you hear what I
bumped me, you know?
said? Do I need to repeat it?
Yeah, no, we could hear you. It was
Okay,
just very
fantastic.
quiet,
It was
Fantastic.
very, very quiet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I missed a little bit of it.
I have my mic in front of my keyboard, and sometimes when I want to type really fast, I'll move my mic back, and I forgot to put it back.
I'm just falling asleep at the table for Jax, like I think Pip said. So
Okay. Finding a spot at the table, you're able to get the bedrolls, kind of using them as pillows, even finding some of the actual hide blankets. Right, these are the things that are draped around here to be used, and it's all just kind of thrown at you and said, "Here you go," and find a little spot. Get yourself comfortable. The heat of the lava bubbling is nice. Real issue here is noise. There's still a lot of people that are drinking and enjoying themselves, and so you're having to kind of like deal. It's very similar if you're like a kid and your parents are having a party and they got their friends having a party and you're upstairs and you're just like, I just want to go to sleep so I can wake up in the morning and watch my cartoons. Like I need this to stop. They don't stop because they don't care.
This was me. God, I feel so called out.
Yeah, I know. It's bad for everyone. I feel like everyone's been
Fucking
there.
Saturday
right?
night cartoon, or
Exactly.
Saturday morning cartoons, man.
Exactly. So, it's a little bit of that feeling, but eventually things start simmering down. Eventually, the Great Hall is so large that the sound begins to dissipate and get quieter, or more quiet, and allowing you all to really just enjoy some of the reasons that you're alive as characters. Finding yourself maybe a little bit more grateful to be in a place like this, given free food, free room and board, safety. There's no way Etherin's gonna fight you here, hunt you here. So there's some of those positives, but there's also negatives. You're not where you should be.
Yeah.
There's that. That's a big negative, and it's up to you to figure out if there's this on the scale, right? More positive, more negative. It's entirely up to you. So, really, would rename this whole campaign "The Scales of Fate." You're welcome. Does anybody have any
Don't do that.
questions? Don't do that.
Then Saturday's group is gonna have more of an ego about ourselves.
You already have the group already has a massive ego. Can't wait to
That's
crush it.
remotely true. We are the most humble people.
You know what they say: the taller you are, the bigger you fall.
Yeah, no, I remember the one round of the last dragon fight. I'm good.
Yep. It's gonna get worse.
With my 29 AC, and it's just like, yeah, you got hit 5 times for 102 damage or something. I was like, okay.
Yeah, but now your base is a
nice
lot
knowing you.
higher.
This is nice knowing you. I just need more AC, more armor class.
Do you break 30 with haste and shield now?
Oh, yeah. You easily can.
Yeah.
You can get him to like 34, 35.
Yeah, my base is 24. Shield puts me at 29, and then haste will put me at 32.
You mean 31?
31. Is it? Yes, 31.
Hell yeah.
Do we want some experience?
Please.
Absolutely.
All right.
May I have a crumb of experience?
No, we want more than a crumb.
Just a little crumb.
Approximately 5,900.
For 2 dragonlings in a drinking contest.
Yeah, but we won the drinking contest.
There were a lot of rolls.
There were a
I don't
lot of
know-
rolls.
I don't know that any of them were that great. Some of them were pretty good.
I mean, you beat the king, so like, you know. How much XP is a storm giant belt worth? Or not a frost giant belt worth, you know? There are arguments to be made there. He hasn't
me to-
lost in 2,000 years.
You want me to burn it for XP? I'm just sacrifice.
No, I'm
the
just
item.
saying, you beat the king at a drinking contest that he hasn't lost in 2,000 years. That's a lot of fucking XP.
I cheated.
We don't need to get into how you won. D&D, it doesn't matter how you did it.
I would agree.
That's the whole point of the game, is because it matters how you do it. That's the whole point. If it didn't matter, we would just be murder hobos. We'd kill everything.
I've met those tables.
I mean, pretty much this table.
All right, so session 14, we have 2,400 experience each, but you at 19,504 experience total. Experience points is for the slaying of dragonlings. It's also for the drink competition. And then, Kanan, you are awarded 1 inspiration point for winning the drink competition in a valiant way by getting the natural 20. It's the only reason why you won it. Great.
Let's
Stuck
go.
Let's go.
I am
In
so
addition-
proud of you.
In addition, you also, in the previous session, used your abilities to kind of work your party into the stature that they are in now. Your party would just simply not be as comfortable and as friends with these people if it had not been for the actions of yourself. Which is kind of interesting for your character.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, his character doesn't want to die by frost giants either, so like,
I'm just wondering how many of them I can get to, march other places and do things.
well, that's what I was thinking with the wolves. Like, if we kill Ethrin and we get a wolf, and we're going to kill other dragons, like,
I mean, I think we
technically
could
that's honoring
all-
Thrym.
We could all get a wolf. Player turns, right?
If you're watching this stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully check us out next week, Fridays at 5 p.m. PDT. And if you're interested in playing, drop down in our Discord and see about playing with us. We need someone that uses magic.
Please.
That's not a warlock.
nice.
No more fucking warlock wannabes.
Easy, sir.
Excuse you.
Dude.
I just didn't want him to step on either one of your guys' toes. That's all I'm saying.
That is blasphemy. I am a servant of Pelor, and I
Yeah.
do not like that comparison.
All right,
Yes.
Shadow Fog rolling in over and fucking grabbing people with weird,
Well,
creepy looking hands.
Technically, now, out of character, Aiden is not a warlock.
Not a warlock.
Fair.
All right. Well, thanks for watching and bye. Have a good weekend.
Bye, chat.
Bye.
Bye.